Good evening, good evening. Wow, that was a wonderful intro. Good evening, everybody. I am Salima Ellis. I am a herbalist, a homeschooler, a carpenter, a builder, a librarian, you name it, a farmer. I do just about everything. I'm also an Indigenous woman, and we're going to break it down. We're going to break it down about the matriarch tonight. I hail from Detroit, Michigan, and right now, we want to welcome you to the Tazz and Yahsinni Show.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the show.
About the moon, I wrote about things in the sky that go boom. I wrote about death, I wrote about life. I wrote in the morning, afternoon, and at night. I constantly search for new ideas. I talk to my elders, my friends, and my peers. I study astronomy, history, and religion. My analytical mind is constantly on a mission, struggling and striving for the perfect poem, bracing myself for the perfect brainstorm. The more that I write, the more that I note. My best poem yet is yet to be wrote. Yeah.
This is the Holy Moly Donut Shop, huh? Say it with me, guys. Holy Moly Donut Shop.
Holy Moly Donut Shop. Holy Moly
40 leave him like a dope. Pull up and shoot like Geno. Can't wear the rollie without the polo. Hold him, mold him. 40 leave him like a dope.
Peace, love, salutations, much love and respect to everybody. Hope that everybody's doing great. Hope that everybody's enjoying themselves, getting ready for the holiday that we're about to experience in the next couple of days. So a lot of people been expecting this for a very long time. This is a PowerPoint that I've been working on for a while. It involves the divine feminine. As always, we have divine feminine energy with us, and I do have my brother Sean to accompany me in this journey because I'm really intrigued to hear his perspective, and we can't have a show with enough femininity and masculinity to be able to even both sides out. All right. I want to start this off before we get into introductions to tell everybody this is not going to be a man's bashing episode. This is not going to be a woman's bashing episode. We're looking for balance. We're looking for balance. We're looking for truth. And I am here to present you my understanding. And I would love to hear what you have to say about what I'm about to present. Without further ado, though, I am going to get into with my empresses in the building. We have a guest. We have the gorgeous, the beautiful, the queen herself, Salima Ellis. Salima, could you tell the people who you are and where they can find you?
Yes, greetings and salutations, family. I'm Salima Ellis. I'm a matriarch and I hail from Detroit, Michigan. I'm a homeschooler. I'm a herbalist. I'm a farmer. I do just about everything. I really do. Builder. I'm a librarian. I also do when I do the schooling, it's in intervals, and my homeschooling is unique because the whole family has to attend the homeschool, and most people don't understand it. But you can't help your child with education if you're not getting the same education your child is getting.
Each.
So yeah, that's
Thank
what I do. So welcome and thank you for having me here at the Taz and Yahsinni show. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And as always, I have my right hand woman. You know, I have the Empress herself. I have the goddess, the beautiful, the gorgeous Yasini in the house. Sis, can you tell the people who you are, where they can find you at?
Absolutely. I am Yahsinni, as in Yahsinni in the house, as in YahsiniUniversity.com. And you can find me at both places on YouTube as Yahsinni in the house, at my website on YahsiniUniversity.com. Right there, you'll see an explosion of Taz Studio productions inside Yahsinni University. We are um, we are a team, and we are gonna be tag teaming you for everything that we do. So, other than that, you can find me on Facebook as Denise Grant, and you can find my books under my um, true name, Crescentia Denise Grant, at Amazon. So, Taz, thank you for all that you do. I can't even say enough. Sean, thank you for being a part of this panel. And my sister, the matriarch Salima, I can't say enough of how I feel that you're here with me today.
Thank you so much for
Gratitude.
that, sis. Thank you so much for that great introduction. With that said, we also have the God himself, Sean, and you pretty much well know him from all the series that we have when we're doing the financial freedom information when it comes to the UCC and all this that's going on. Please go check out the bills that we done with the brother. The builds have been explosive. The family's asking for more. The family's asking a lot of questions. So expect for us to get another show in pretty soon. But with that said, Sean, can you tell the people where they can find you at?
What's up, everybody? My name is Sean. You can find me on Instagram on at I Got the Sauce. You can find me on TikTok at Boss Mafia LLC. I'm just an enlightened thinker trying to figure it out. Much.
Oh,
What you gonna learn today, brother?
thank you so much. Thank you so much. So, with that said, let me address the first responders that we have in the house. There's been a lot of people expecting this show. Uh, brother, I gotta find out who you are and literally have a conversation with you so you could explain to me how to pronounce your name because I will annihilate it if I try to spell that out or pronounce that. So, but I appreciate you for being here. Extremely interesting subject. He said he's right. You know, it's a very interesting subject as well as a subject that is very critical in when it comes to speaking. We got Jasmine in the house. Oh my God, at the Tazz Show, perfect day. I'm off, and this I wouldn't miss. Thank you, sis, for being here. And we also have Yahsinni
Yes,
The Tazz as well. She says peace to the chat. We have Universal Empress in the building. She said, I set a reminder because this should be explosive. I share at the Tazz Show.
I
Thank you
said.
so much. We got Nathaniel Bay in the building. He says, "Let's go, Taz. I want to hear this." I'm pretty sure you do, brother. We also have Yayo Africa. He says peace. So we're welcoming everybody. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much for giving us your time today. We have Bronze Flat Powered God in the house, the God himself. He says, salute to the family. Thank you so
Black
much for tuning
power.
in. I hope that you enjoy the show. It's going to be very informative and very intriguing, if anything. Nusra says, peace to the family, peace to the family. Great topic per usual. We have a good one today, you know, and we're going to build on it. It's going to be a two, maybe three-part series, depending on how far we get. And with that said, you know, it's going to be very intriguing information that people have been oppressing, putting to the side, or purposely ignoring. And we're gonna put some myths to rest immediately off the top. So, with that said, we also have the goddess, the Empress herself, Heather Bell. She says, "Peace and love to the family. Peace and love to you, sis. Thank you so much for joining us, and I hope you find the PowerPoint very uplifting and to your liking. Please comment if you have any questions, if you have any concerns. If you don't agree with something, please let me know. I love to know what it is you don't agree because I'm looking to build. You know, and I can't be around people that always agree with me because then we're not gonna learn nothing. If you like what I like and I like what you like, we're never gonna build if we don't contradict in something. That's what sparks the conversation to head someplace else. So with that said, Nusra said Immaculate Conception, frogs and seahorses, and much more, brother. And we're gonna talk about that today. We're gonna build up to it. With that said, we're going to start with we already know the subject, Parthenogenesis, the return of the divine feminist. It's a great subject, and we're gonna get in it. With that said, I want to make sure that everybody, if you have a chance to, I'm not telling you, I don't know these authors. They did not tell me to say this to you. This is something that I acquired myself, some information through these books, other information I looked up, but this is good sources of certain books that that I encourage you guys to read a PDF version or your own. It talks a lot in regards about the story of women and how it has evolved through the ages and what has happened to it. So the divine feminine, the Maleus Maleficarum, which is when they were burning witches. Barbara Walker has an encyclopedia of myths and secrets of the women's myths and secrets. It's an amazing read. Isaac Unveiled with Elena Blavatsky. It's a great read. I encourage you guys. The lady goes deep into it. The Yahsinni Gospel Peace is a great book. It elevates the Mother Goddess as well as the book with Parthenogenesis. If you have not read the Book of Lilith, I encourage you to do so, as well as the Magdalene manuscript, which involves alchemy through Isis, Jesus Christ, and the magic that happens within us all. So I encourage you guys to do that. And as I was saying, I do own this book, so I don't want I don't want the family to think that I'm just saying it just to say. I do actually own the books, so I encourage you guys to go check them out. Great reads, great reads. With that said, you guys can find me under Tasmaniac Wolf on Facebook and everywhere else, whether it be Instagram, Twitter, YouTube. You can find me under the Taz Show. Go check out my content, please, please, please. Go check out my content. um Next, we have go check us out on the YahsiniUniversity.com, where you'll find Taz Studio Productions, all my material, as well as my Taz Magical Alchemy shop, where I have a whole bunch of health products to help you, heal your body. All right, but go make sure that you check that out at YahsiniUniversity.com. We are expanding the website to the fullest. It's been retouched, remade. It's looking great, and I encourage everybody to go ahead and check it out. All right. We're gonna get into the introduction. I want to read the introduction myself, just because I want to express my feelings, because I know coming from a male's perspective is gonna be it's going to be a little intriguing for some to hear the information from both sides, men and women, hearing me speak in regards, me as a man speaking in regards about a female subject, and as a man giving my intake. It might not rub the right way to some people or whatever, but I'm here for you. Um, Heather Bell asks, Taz, are you on Instagram? Most definitely, sis. You can find me under the Taz Show and on Instagram as well. I don't have much content over there, but I do have some content over there. You can find me on Instagram under the Taz Show as well. So I appreciate that. Uh, we have the God himself, Shadow Band. He changed his name because they're as always, they're always messing with the family. They're always trying to stop the flow from coming. But he is the neighborhood etymologist. B Calico, go check out his channel. Make sure you subscribe and uh, uh, and check out all his information. But with that said, let me read the intro right quick, just so we could get it. All right. So it states there are obvious similarities as well as striking differences between men and women. Each of us is a unique mixture of yin and yang, and we can create a sense of unity through diversity by bringing into the light certain aspects or treasures of the sacred feminine that have long been neglected. And I want to assure those that watch that I'll not sacrifice men and our sacred masculinity to achieve this. With that said, pursuing how us as men can upgrade or heal our masculinity would distract us all from our topic today of divine birth. But expect a full PowerPoint on my views on how we can achieve that at a later time. Now, if you think about it, we have been worshiping the great goddess in all her forms from the beginning of time. So where does all this misogyny come from? Why are women seen as being inferior weaklings, susceptible to overpowering negative emotions, and incapable of handling themselves in position of authority? Let us find out and begin with this quote. The repression of the feminine has led to a planet on the edge of collapse. The reemergence is going to be a dance to behold.
I
So I
said,
hope everybody enjoys what I'm about to present. With that said, we're gonna get started. We got the goddess, the Empress herself, Kai, the creator in the building. Peace and love, sis. Love to see you in the building. Thank you for showing up. I hope you enjoy the show. Now, like I said, we're going to start with some information to tackle the misconceptions of certain idiots that we're worshiping, like this fraud right here, Sigmund Freud. Now, If you do,
Taz,
go ahead, sis.
in your intro, you spoke about women being unable to handle power.
Correct.
We got to speak on that before you get into the fraud.
Okay. Yeah, most definitely, most definitely,
Speak up.
most definitely.
Okay.
So with this first slide right here, if you guys want a full breakdown, go check out my Netflix Decoded, I think it is, or Netflix Exposed that I did with the brother D Calico. It's an explosive PowerPoint. If you want the full information on this fraud right here, Sigmund Freud, that's his name, Sigmund Freud. But there is a lot of things that we're following from him that are not something that makes any logical sense. So we're going to tackle those things and we're going to go forward with that. With that said, sis, you want to read the Freud is a fraud?
Oh yeah. Okay. Hold on. I wasn't sure if Salima was interjecting a piece before this or no.
Yeah, I want to interject about that power.
Right. So let's
Be-
go forward.
Okay, so the point is that in that sentence, you said women have the inability to um, be in authority and control power, but that ain't our problem. The problem is, what type of power are we trying to control? Is it the power that we should be controlling, or is it the power that society has pushed upon us and said this is the position you should be in and you should be able to do this thing? That's two different things. Because the power that I utilize, I have no power. I have no problem wielding that authority. So we have to be distinctive and aware as to what type of power the woman is being expected to wield in the society, and is it the proper power that we should be wielding? Because I wield a lot of power in my society, but I don't wield power the way a man does or should wield it. So when we're dealing with that census that says all of a sudden women can't handle authority or power, no, you can't handle the power with which I wield, because society has told you I have to utilize my power this way, or I have to utilize this power, which is might be even unnatural to me, forcing me to use a masculine uh spirit and less rely on less on my feminine divine spirit. So we have to be careful when we say that women are in unable to do these things. What is the power? What type of power?
Right. That's the whole concept of the intro, where it clearly states, that that's what the world is pushing. Why do we have this concept of women nowadays? So we're gonna definitely dig into that. So you
I have an objection with that.
go ahead, brother.
I I feel like the idea that women are oppressed is an outdated idea. I can't name a right that I, as a man, has that a woman doesn't also have.
You can walk around without your shirt off without going to jail or being considered crazy. And I need that vitamin D as bad as you do. So I don't think that that's the true
So
statement, my
the only
brother. But thank
so
you.
the ability to show your titties is literally the only.
Not
You
show
can
my
walk around
titties.
in a thong, and I can't. I'll be looked at as why this dude got his booty cheeks out. What I'm saying on a level equality in the state of men and women today's day and age, women have more rights than they've ever had before. Women simultaneously have the right to be equal to man and to be a woman at the same time whenever they choose. Right? No society. If a man tries to tell a woman what to do, 9 times out of 10 they get canceled. No one really tells women what to do. Women do what they want. They can. They're human. Any adult can wield power however they want to. They can go into anything that they want to go into in their life. It's their life they get to choose. I don't agree with the idea that women are oppressed or even that they can't wield power. I've never personally told a woman what she can and can't do. or put
I,
any expectations other than biological mother bearing responsibilities.
Right. That's one of the concepts that we're gonna tackle within the PowerPoint. It's great to know that that a lot of us as males, we do have a certain concept of certain things, and I for myself, I wish that that all men would think that way, so
Mhm.
we could finally realize, the fact that there is a balance in between both,
Yeah,
and it shouldn't always be erased, but definitely for sure. You want to
because I
read
mean,
here,
I
sis?
don't know too many men who would have an objection to you walking down the street with your titties out.
Yeah, I
but
don't.
I,
There
and I
might be
would like to
women.
speak to that. Why you keep saying that, and that it's so disrespectful. But I would like
I
to
mean,
speak
not.
to that.
I'm sorry. It
I
wasn't
would
meant to
still like to
disrespect, so
speak
I
to
don't
that
want it
because
to be
that is not
disrespectful.
the point I was making, young brother.
Okay,
So
I
let's
wasn't
clear
trying to
the
be
air.
disrespectful.
Let
So
me go
let
back
me
to the
say that.
point I was making, which was you can walk down the street without your shirt off, and I cannot without being jailed or considered crazy. And the reason why I said that is because I breastfeed the seed of this nation, and my breast should be able to be bared. It had nothing to do with me showing my titties, and that's how I know where your mind is. Because the first thing you said was, "Oh, it shouldn't be no problem with you showing your titties." No,
I
I'm
mean, but you
speaking from
didn't
the
speak on
aspect. Excuse me,
childbearing.
Baba. Excuse me. I'm speaking from
We
the
just have to
aspect of an
specify that.
indigenous woman, which is that I breastfeed and I should
Hmm.
have the right to bear my breast, not because I want to show my titties, is because my children need that vitamin D more than your little flat chested pecs. Excuse me,
Okay, so
because
I
that
wasn't,
vitamin
like I
D
said,
is
I wasn't
vital to
trying to
their
be
mental,
disrespectful
soulful, and
at all.
spiritual and physical
Does anybody
growth.
else know that? It wasn't meant to be disrespectful. You
But
didn't
you said
speak.
my titties
Well,
like I wanted to show my
because
titties,
you
and I was
didn't
speaking from
speak,
an indigenous woman's point of view,
but
which was
you
that
didn't make
I'm
that
breastfeeding.
clear.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
You had a statement that you didn't make there. I've never breastfeed, so when I think of certain things from a man's point of view, I'm not going to think about breastfeeding because that's not a part of my life. So if you meant breastfeeding, if you would have stated breastfeeding, that would have changed the entire meaning of the conversation. And what, like I said, I wasn't trying to offend you. My mind thinks like a man. You think like a woman. I think like a man. If you talk about breast, the first thing in my mind is going to be sexual. It's not going to be childbearing. It's not going to be nurturing. That's just a different type of thought patterns. Now, if you say I
Hello.
should be able to breastfeed, because I see girls on Instagram all the time breastfeeding their babies. I see girls in restaurants breastfeeding their babies. Somebody might say something, but there are actually movements for women to be able to do. There are movements for women to be able to do that.
Hello, Taz.
No, hold on. They're having a conversation, and I'm super cool with that because I want to get the energy out there to be expressed. I want both sides of the conversation with as much respect as could be possibly given. I do understand the Empress Salima, the concept that she's bringing, and that is the concept that we're going to tackle within this PowerPoint.
Right.
The fact that us as men have been taught that certain aspects of life, that, as the brother Sean says, the vast majority of men, if they when they see breasts, the vast majority of us do not think of nurturing, and that is the problem. Breasts have absolutely nothing to do with sex, but they've been sexualized to a point to where now we see titties and we get an erection, and they absolutely don't come nowhere in the process of the alchemical process of having sexual intercourse between a man and a woman. So that's just a gratification that has been shown to us, to over sexualize, in my opinion, to over sexualize the aspect of breastfeeding, and to take away from it. And I agree with both concepts, and I'm glad they are having the conversation. I do expect of some type of decorum within everybody and respectful, so just so we could so we could go along with the show. Now, if we could be in the process of making more specific things, sis, that way, because I have to agree with the brother, when as a man, my first thought would have been, like, well, she wants to be out there, with her titties out, but that's because of the mentality that we've been pushed, the thought pattern that we've been pushed and that's been integrated into our minds. But with explaining that second explanation that you provided was completely explosive. We are talking about nurturing. We are talking about the concept of being able to get that vitamin C that's gonna make that milk production be extremely powerful for that child, because we're gonna talk about that. We're gonna talk about the fact that we were in that position at one point in time, regardless of sex, male or female. We needed that nurturing from our mother, and the more vitamin C that the mama get, the better breast milk you're gonna receive. So I completely agree with both of them, and I'm glad that you guys are. I'm gonna put it out there. Trust and believe that if I see something just get too out of hand, if you get muted, don't ask who muted you. I muted you. I'm not doing. If I don't mute you right now, it's because I want the conversation to build. This is a very very touchy subject, and as grown men and women, we are going to tackle this one. We are going to get through this PowerPoint, and we're going to do what we came here to do, and that's to build both ends. And I freely encourage everybody to give their opinions on what's going on. So we could. I think the sis just got disconnected. Hopefully she'll be back. We'll wait on her to come back. But with that said, we are going to tackle everything with the opportunity of being able to provide everybody an opportunity to speak their mind. Yeah, she's back now. Let me, welcome back, sis. Welcome back. I kind of figured that you had dropped off, but no
Yeah, sorry
worries.
about that.
Let us continue. We're gonna start with Sigmund Freud, because, like I said, we're gonna start the PowerPoint off with tackling some information that's being used by a lot of conscious community people that is completely irrelevant. With that said, sis, Freud is a fraud. Can we get this together?
Sure. So the father of psychotherapy could hardly be considered healthy, balanced man with good morals and wholesome behaviors. If he was practicing today, he would surely be stripped of his license and questioned for his dubious behaviors. As we move forward in our meetings with the School of Psychology, it's helpful to have the whole picture. So, a healthy dose of common sense and critical standpoint is appropriate to apply for both the practitioners of Freudian theories and the recipients.
Most definitely, most.
That said a lot. That said a lot right there.
A lot. So if you don't know who Sigmund Freud is, like I said, if you want a full detailed version of what this sick fool is all about, go check out the PowerPoint that Brother D Calico and I did on Netflix Decoded, and see how this pedophile managed to twist history around to the point that now we have a completely different concept of what sexuality is because of him. He is known as the modern father of psycho analytic or something of that nature. I can't remember right now, but he was a very influential mind when it came to a lot of things. So he came up with an idea or with a theory that where he said that children that were being sexually abused were preying on their parents, that it wasn't the parents preying on their children, that it was the kids, the children, the ones that were doing this act on their fathers. And this is what it states. It says he actually seriously represented a theory where the cause was not adults preying on children, but that the child itself is lusting over his or her parents and seeking bodily sexual pressure. As the Internet Encyclopedia of Psychology describes it, from his account of the instincts or drives, it followed that from the moment of birth, the infant is driven in his action by the desire for bodily sexual pleasure, where this is seen by Freud in almost mechanical terms as the desire to release mental energy. So and please don't think, hey, the Taz show said everything in this PowerPoint is within. It's got its own link for the receipts. This is the actual Internet Encyclopedia of philosophy. This is not Taz said. This is not whatever said. So you could, for anybody interested that decides to get the PowerPoint, know that you could get you could get receipts to what I'm speaking of. So Taz, why are you telling? Who cares about what this man said about children preying on adults? What does it have to do with women at all? Well, the problem with it is that there's a lot of people out there that are speaking on women having this penis envy, and they always go back to quote this pedophile. You can't pick and choose, which theories his you're not gonna cherry pick his theories. If you accept the penis envy theory, then you accept that children prey on adults as well. You are not gonna sit here and cherry pick one and say the other one isn't what it is, because that's what the fool stood for. You can't just pick and choose which ones. So what is penis envy? Sis, can you tell us about penis envy?
Yeah, I just about choked and fell over just reading it to myself. Yeah.
Go
So
ahead.
penis envy is a stage theorized by Sigmund Freud regarding female psychosexual development in which young girls experience anxiety upon the realization that they do not have one of those thingies. Freud considered this realization a defining moment in a series of transitions toward a mature female sexuality. Like, really? How? I'm so flabbergasted at just reading this. It's like, okay, so we didn't have the mindset back then to say, hey, Freud, like, where you at? Where you at? Come on now. Penis envy. I love it, but I'm gonna move the mic on to somebody else who wants to delve a little deeper, because right now I'm just I didn't know, why is that a phrase? Why is that a phrase?
I'll tackle it down, sis, for you. So it says his relationship to women was disturbed, to say the least, and he never really developed any kind of healthy relationship with a significant other. He considered women to be weak, vain, jealous, and lacking a good sense of justice. He believed that women's problems, in essence, stemmed from them not having a penis. He even went as far as claiming that women are the problem in society, which is something that to this day is still being told. According to Freud, this occurs when a girl realizes that she has no penis. Girls hold their mother responsible for their lack of a penis and do not forgive her for their being thus put at a disadvantage. That's Freud from 1933. Like I said, you could go back and read the whole concept in the Internet Encyclopedia of
Oh my
Psychology,
God.
and it will tell you how penis envy comes into play back then and how today is being formatted mind
1933.
of us as males ourselves. But sis,
Hold on.
what say you guys?
1933, bro.
Yes.
Okay, ain't that the year that you know, the United States crashed their financial system, Sean? Am I wrong?
Yeah.
Look at the rhetoric that's allowed to be going on back. What the hell was wrong with 1933? Listen, this guy is
Women didn't have rights back in 1933.
he's the father. He's the father of philosophy to the pale man up until this day. All colleges they study Freud to this day, and nobody said, okay, here's a sociopathic retard to this day.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
Taz.
he was really speaking about their people.
Yeah, because he white.
Because
And he white
we don't have that problem, because
at
for
all.
me, I have always estimated that Eve was always a man, and that she was denied what Adam was given and forced to play a role that she could never truly fulfill. So she would have penis envy, but not our people.
And
Sis,
That's for their people.
sis, if you were to see in channels that that I know for a fact that you watch often, how many times the term penis envy gets dropped, you will be at all
never,
like,
never heard of it.
was
Never
that
heard.
I would, because I've never heard of that before.
Me neither. Me neither.
even?
I've heard of it. I've heard of it.
Yeah, and there is a lot of people within the conscious community that love to use this as a concept of saying that women are just jealous because they don't have a penis.
Okay, so I guess as we go on in the show, we're gonna understand that the penis is just an undeveloped motherfucking hybrid, a fuck up.
We gonna get to that part. We gonna get to that part, sis. We gonna get to that part.
Yeah.
So it's something that I wanted to address. So in the future, if you get into any of these channels and you hear one of the, whether it be a guest or most of the times I hear the actual owner of the channel speaking on penis envy. The women, Taz, they don't have a penis and they're jealous and shit. Like okay, Freud. We're gonna leave it at that. I'm assuming that you're okay with the whole children are preying on adults as well. So let's not cherry pick those for those that are out there. And since we're talking about penis envy, and the sis have brought it up, we are. Let me warn the family. All right, let me warn the family because this might trigger some folks, and this might just cause
Emotional damage.
let me let you know off the top. All right, this might hurt your feelings, but we're gonna talk scientifically. We're gonna talk biologically. We are gonna talk about what is out there and the facts of what's going on. Feelings and emotions do not fit in this criteria of subject. So let's get into it. You couldn't read the previous one. Says, do you want to try to tackle this one?
Yes.
Go ahead, sis.
So the biology of sexuality. There's two theories long held regarding female sexuality have been the Adam, Eve out of Adam's rib theory and Freud's well-known clitoral vaginal transfer theory. So because all embryos, male and female, start life by developing a combined clitoral penile tubercle, it seems that all fetuses start as male, and by the third month, the females gave up trying to grow a penis, the clitoris being the remains. Okay, so geneticists have discovered that all human embryos start life as females. Yeah, so as do all embryos of mammals. About the second month, the fetal tests elaborate enough androgens to offset the maternal estrogens, and maleness develops. So the discussion of clitoral versus vaginal orgasm is meaningless because orgasm is the result of muscular stretching and fluid produced by the veins filling the fatty tissues. So the process is exactly the same in males and females. But fact remains that we are created in God's image, and the woman is the template. She is God incarnate. So come on, let's run it.
So
Let's
now, when we're looking into the biology of our sexes, again, Freud the fraud introduced a part where it was a rat race. It was a rat race, and the woman's almost there. She's almost got a penis, yo, but she fell short. and now she's got a little stub left, and that's her. That's what Freud said. It's another of his. Go check out his stuff on the internet. And you decide
How
if.
did he get away with that?
Listen, sis, I am baffled at how he even whatever, but it is what it is. It's something that was put.
Sean, what do you know about
Yeah.
Freud?
I don't know. That's way before my time. I've never heard any of these concepts. I don't even look at women in any other ways designed or said in this. I have a black mother, so
But did you know that this white pale face is the father of philosophy in the West? And we are the West in America or USA. We are the
I
Western
feel like
philosophy that
to
is the father of.
I feel like to millennials, we don't care about shit like that. Like it has no
Never,
practical it
never
has
heard
no
of the
practicality in my life at this particular point of time. I've never ran in a conversation with a female and heard anything about penis envy or like these aren't even the type of conversations I have when I'm around women. So to me it's something that
So
if
for
I
you
hadn't been
listening
watching
to
the
it,
PowerPoint, it never would come up in my life.
well, okay, so listening to it and hearing it for the first time, does this sound like some like psycho babble?
I
What
feel like in life there's a lot of fucked up people. Hitler was a fucked up person too. There's a lot of fucked up people. Like he was a fucked up person. Like, I don't
so
look
you
up to Hitler. I don't care
that
about Hitler
Freud is
either. It was,
fucked up.
huh?
So you agree that Freud is a fucked up person?
I, I I believe that
Listen, Sean, you've
most
never heard
people
the
back
name.
in that day was had
Let
some
me
issues, especially with slavery and all that stuff going on. Everything that was going on in the times back then, most people had issues, especially of a certain complexion. I'm not gonna say it out loud, but so yes, he was part. That's when they were experimenting on people. That's when they were cutting black people up. That's when there was all that stuff was happening. Like, yeah, he was
okay.
one of them fucked up people.
So you've never heard Sigmund Freud in your vocabulary?
I've
Never.
heard the name, but it's never been
Okay.
something that I wanted to waste the power of my brain on. I don't really like studying old white fucked up people. Like,
Yeah, the reason as to why it's brought up is
Because it's a
because
philosopher.
lovely Lisa couldn't have said it any better.
Yeah.
This irrelevant ass people that a lot of us. I not, let me be honest. I had never heard of the name Sigmund Freud. I think I did the PowerPoint on Netflix probably about a good year and a half. Before that year and a half, when they mentioned to me Sigmund Freud and penis envy, I was like, what the fuck is that shit?
Anyone with a college education has heard of Sigmund Freud. He's the father of
That's when you
philosophy.
that's when you hear about the higher you start getting to the control, to the system that controls everything. Like lovely Lisa says, this philosopher is what shaped this nation.
yeah,
It's thought pattern that introduced the thoughts into our head. If you go to school, if you're going to school, the counselor that they have at your school for our children, that motherfucker had to study Sigmund Freud and everything that he was saying, and he had to push it on the children. Oh, you have this because I went to school. I have a piece of paper that gives me permission to be smart. And my piece of paper says that you have penis envy, girl, and that's the problem. You need to calm your ass down. Sit your ass in a corner, and that's the way it is. And that's the reason why it's implemented into this PowerPoint, because they're so influential in the everyday situations that we come across, that it's like, whoa, what is this? It literally shaped our educational system, and
Yeah.
and we have to understand what it is that what you call it, that we're
I,
dealing with this
I
sick.
would say it shaped a portion of our educational system.
Why,
'Cause
Sean?
I guarantee you, if you look into this man and what they're teaching about him, they're not teaching this stuff.
Oh, they are.
They are.
They are.
Today in school, they're teaching, still to
Every
this day,
college,
they're teaching this stuff.
every
Yeah,
college,
they are.
Yeah.
all psychologists have to study Freud.
Yeah, there is no you
He's
become
like
a
number one. He's
So
like
so
number
studying someone in the sense of, okay, so this is what he added to the world, or studying someone in the sense of you have to be like him in order to get this license, are
no.
two completely different
His,
things.
his word is law.
Both.
There's someone that his
Because
word.
I mean, in that sense, we had to study about Hitler too.
No,
right.
you
Like
don't.
everybody knows about Hitler. I would even say Hitler is way more famous than Sigmund Freud.
No,
No, he's
no,
not.
not even
No,
close.
Sean, that's what you don't get. Sigmund Freud
If,
is
if you
the
if I walked up to 10 people right now on the street and asked them who Sigmund Freud was, most of them wouldn't know. But if I walked up to anyone and asked them who Hitler was, they would be like, "Yeah, I know that nigga."
And Sean, I want you to go check out my PowerPoint on the truth about Hitler, and you will understand why they pushed the Hitler scenario. And when you watch my PowerPoint,
I mean,
you
I know why they pushed him. I know why.
you might walk away with a different outlook on the man, and you might say, like, damn, I
I mean,
actually probably would have taken Hitler's side if I would have
but
been back in those days.
I understand what I'm saying is in those days there were just a lot of fucked up people. So saying that
He
one
was
person who like you're just learning, that's probably like they probably have like one day that you learn about him, and then the rest of
no,
the times
no,
I
buddy.
mean, to be a psychiatrist or whatever psychiatrist, you have to go to school for what, 3-4 years. How much time out of that 3 or 4 years are you actually studying
Like a whole semester.
him?
Like a whole semester.
like,
It's
like a
all
whole
that.
lot. Let
So
me
so
tell you how it
No, it's
affects.
so
all
less than a third of your education in
no.
this subject is about
You're not
him.
getting through. You're not graduating without learning Freud. Is what we're saying. You're
It
not
depends.
getting
But
out of
what I'm
here
saying is,
without learning Freud.
in high school, right? They teach me how to do division and they teach you how to do fractions. I've never used that outside of high school. I don't even remember how to use it. Like, so you get taught shit all the time that you just get taught that you don't give a fuck about. Like throughout, that's what school is, right? How
Listen,
many people have been taught something in
Lisa,
school that you
Lisa,
learned?
whoever this chick is, she is right on it.
Right, she's hitting it on all.
Hitler probably studied Freud. Everybody studied Freud.
Yeah, she's definitely hitting it.
I'm not speaking. I'm not saying on the process of not studying it. I'm saying that if you're studying to be a psychiatrist or psychologist or whatever you want to say, and you take 6 months and study this guy, and then you take 3 years and study other stuff that's going to tell you other stuff about, because yeah, we made lots of advances since 1933. They're going to have all that stuff in there. You're going to study all that stuff after it. Like your education isn't circled around this one person, this one idea. Your education is going to be broad, and it's going to be based on your understanding of everything else that you take into your brain.
Let me ask you this, John.
Not if you're, hold on, sis. Not if you're a police officer, brother. If you're a police officer,
Well,
you have to swallow Sigmund Freud because you have to understand the analytical concept of what these people out there that they're trying to control. That's why the police have the power because of Freud. They have the power to, if they consider that you are a detriment or a danger to yourself, they could cuff you and take your ass to the hospital and throw you in a nut house until you pass the test that the nut house puts you through. That's when they'll let you out. All the cop has to say is, I analyzed the person and they appear to be not in good health and they're a danger to themselves and others, and they will take you to the. This is how much this dude has affected our community.
but I mean, I would even say that the Ku Klux Klan has affected the cops way worse than him, because really you can get the same treatment for being stopped for a ticket. You can get the same treatment for being stopped with marijuana in your car. Like cops, the whole system of policing was built in a certain way. So you get that regard. If you remove him out of it, the cops would still move similar, very, very similar.
Not that I will have to disagree on that because they
the origin of the cops were the chase down escaped slaves. That's where police originated from. So you think that if a corporation that was built on this would change regardless, like if you completely took him out and your corporation was to catch and hang and fuck up individuals, do you think over the history it would change that much?
No.
Right. No.
Your corporation would always be fucked up.
Right.
So it's the system.
He.
There's a lot of fucked up people, but your opinion as a person is it's only to the people who actually live by and die by what you want to listen to. The system is what propels it. If you take him out the system, we still have a fucked up system.
You
So to
can't.
blame him for fucked up beliefs of one man when the whole system has things put in place against white people, against black people, against Hispanic people, against Asian people, like everybody got their own shit that the system don't like.
Right. No, I agree with you on that point. But we when it comes to tackling the system itself, it's a conglomerate of things all over the place. We can't. I'm not here to tackle the system. The point of the situation is how he influenced the whole aspect of sexuality. We're aware of that. You know, he's just that this Sigmund Freud guy is just one person that that influenced a little bit, but there was a shitload of other pieces that did a lot of
Yeah.
stuff. That that
Because
that
I guess when you say influence sexuality, I'm trying to grasp the meaning of sexuality. Because if most people that are sexually active today, that at least I know, have never heard of penis envy, and if there's only a small percentage of people who have to actually study this guy, then there are millions and millions of people who don't know anything about this that still interact and deal in sexuality that's unchanged by this one man.
Well, it's not. He changed a lot of it. You will have to know exactly that the LGBTQ right now is standing because of shit that he set in place. The reason why our children are being pushed with the whole concept of different genders is because of him. He's the one that encompassed all that shit. The reason
Okay,
why
so
the
this
reason
is where I believe everything is personal accountability, because the LGBT community doesn't affect me. Like the sister said, she's taking control of what goes into her kids' minds.
can everybody do that though?
If you want to, it's up to that person. As of right now, I just found out that you're a slave and you got to work because you want to. Like, so anything is it's
Everybody
based on the knowledge you get.
But does everybody know that they're slave, or does the vast majority of people actually going along thinking that things are happening in their benefit, that the system works for for the benefit of humanity, not against you? We're not trying to tell you about LGBT, the whole LGBTQ community, just because it's just a good thing to do. No, they actually have a reason behind it, you know.
Mhm.
And that is that very concept that we have to understand it. I don't know if you're here.
Yeah, I get it. I've been reading this law book over the past couple days, and one of the first statements in this law book is the law is basically being able to force your opinions on someone else. So that's what the entire system is made up on, and you have to take personal accountability if you allow the system to be forced on you and forced on the people that are under your umbrella. Because you control what goes in your kid's mind, not all times, but you have the master control over. You control what goes into your mind. So if you sit and you scroll TikTok all day,
Right,
you get a TikTok life. Like you
right.
get TikTok beliefs, you get TikTok news. If you read books all day, then you get a deeper understanding, and then stuff like this doesn't affect. So my thing is in the sense of sexuality.
Uh-huh.
I've heard of this man, but I've never studied him. So I'm trying to. I guess I don't see how it wraps in with my personal sexuality as a man.
Do
Cause
you
he
do you own a Netflix account?
no, not anymore.
Does your mama do you watch
I
Netflix?
think my mom do. Not really. I read majority of the time.
Okay, well, but see, we can't. It's apples and oranges then, because we can't put you in that circle, because you just by your whole analytical system that you have with finances, you've already been put outside of the box of what the sheep are doing. And I hate to refer to the rest of the people as that term, but as the followers that are in there. So you're outside the box, along with Yahsinni, along with me, along with the Empress. But We have to understand that we might be out here, but we are the very small. The 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 vast majority of people are following along, and we live in a society where majority rules. And if the vast majority are diving head first, we gonna suffer the consequences. Whether you believe on it or not, you're gonna experience it. Your kids are gonna experience it. If you know anybody that has Netflix, their sexuality is being affected because
Yeah.
Freud is the reason why Netflix exists. The owners of Netflix are pedophiles. And go watch. I'm not gonna get into that. Go watch my video with D Calico on Netflix Exposed, Netflix Decoded, and you're gonna be able to see how this dude to this day is influencing everything that goes into our mind. Everything that goes into our mind is being just because of him. That one person. Is he
Yeah.
the reason for all? No, he's not the reason for all. But he is the one that, when it comes to things like the cops and the way they analyze the people they stop, how they play mind games, the whole concept of legalese, you have to have an
Okay, so you're speaking on basically. I think I kind of understand when you talk like all the movies now. It's just gonna have some gay shit in every single movie. You're speaking on like that. Like basically all movies have gay in it.
I'd
It has
like to speak
lesbian. Like
on it.
it's in all the it's in everything now. So that
Yeah, it's
Uh,
because he's a vast reason why. Sis, go ahead, sis. You were trying to say something.
we'll see. The young man, he can't get with it because what Freud has done doesn't affect him in the same way that it affects women.
Right.
So he would be coming from it from a male's point of view, but from a female's point of view, we could start with everything that he does helps the destruction of our families. So, like in education, when he presented these things, they changed the definition of mama from being the mother of children to being a loose woman. So now the mama has been villainized and legally placed under a prostitute, instead of everybody knows that when a child is calling a mama, they mean a mama. How was it that the Webster Dictionary all of a sudden got mama as a loose woman or a prostitute? You see, or the laws that are in place where I can't walk around nude because I would be sexualized or I would be considered crazy, or the laws where they have this thing in school where even though I biologically do natural acts, I'm forced to pay for other things that everybody else need at higher prices. You see what I'm saying? So there's all these things in place, whether it's a financial, whether it's a law, whether it's the schools trying to replace me. See that's how deep what Freud did goes. He literally tried to replace the woman. See, the Bible started it, and then Freud went a step further and said, "Yeah, you're right. Not only is she an afterthought, she couldn't make it as far as she could. See how big her thing is? No, it's deeper than that. That he helped to villainize us legally. You know what I'm saying? Educationally. You see what I'm saying? So when you have these laws in place, when you have an educational system in place that villainizes the mother, how is the school going to be the alma mater? How is the school going to be? The alma mater is the first mother, the first teacher. I'm the teacher. How is the school the alma mater? That don't make no sense. So this is what he means when he says that Freud interfered, not just in the sense where we're talking like laws, we're talking he's subverting the mind of the people educationally, soulfully. He backs up the Bible when he does things like that. You see what I'm saying? So we have to be aware that people like Freud were in place to legally, educationally, soulfully circumvent the mother.
The brother said fraudulent. Holy shit.
Yes,
Fraudulent.
Calico. Yes, he is fraudulent.
Shit.
And that's what we mean when he say Freud's message was sent to circumvent the mother, and he did it across the board.
Yes.
Right. So what? So the whole concept is that that this dude has a lot of influence. As a matter of fact, the one thing that's going on right now, what country does everybody hate right now, this moment, because of what they're supposedly doing? I'm not talking about the panel. I'm talking about within the
Russia.
Russia. The reason why we hate Russia is because of Sigmund Freud, because of what his nephew, the teachings that he gave his nephew, and the teachings that his nephew did, which was who? Edward Bernays. Who is Edward Bernays? He is the owner, the nephew of the owner of Netflix. All right, and he passed on the teachings to the owner of Netflix, but because of Edward Bernays, and what he did is it was called the Red Scare, where red men Russia. The reason why we hate Russia so much right now is Edward Bernays. Who is Edward Bernays? He is the nephew of Sigmund Freud. He was following on the footstep of his. Please, family, go watch my PowerPoint that I did with Shadowban, aka D Calico, on Netflix Decoded. You are going to be mind boggled at how much power this dude, even in his death, he still has over the mentality of everything that goes on. The reason why you today like bacon and eggs every morning is because of Sigmund Freud.
That's
He's
right.
the one that instilled that thought in your head. It was his teaching.
See, you finna make me have to go because I mean I don't know that type of shit fascinates me. Like not like the ability to affect cultures and affect
Yeah.
that type of shit fascinates me. Like
Brother,
just on the level.
I
It's
encourage.
like it's all propaganda. It's all through. It's now social media. It's all your cell phone. I feel like I get it. I understand what you're talking about now. Like, I know what you mean.
Brother, do you know who is what the fuck just happened with the damn right? Do you know who is the father of propaganda?
There he is.
No,
Edward Bernays,
Freud's nephew.
Freud's
for
nephew, and
nephew.
father of
Yeah.
propaganda. The reason why you see billboards all over the place, buy this, buy that, look at this, look at that. Oh, vaccinate, vaccinate, do
Yes.
this, do that. The reason why you see all that propaganda everywhere, the reason why Times Square is set up the way it's set up with all those things all over the place is because of Edward Bernays and his teachings that he got from Sigmund Freud. Bro, go look these motherfuckers up. You can start off by looking at the PowerPoint that me and Calico did, and you are gonna be baffled, mind boggled, mind blown.
Or you can just
I
watch
mean,
the rest of this.
I
this
I always understood that the way the world works is there's people there's kings and there's pawns. So I mean I get it. There's thinkers and there's people that got to be thought for. So I get it. Just
Yeah, most
that's
definitely.
what the propaganda is for. Propaganda is people who are looking for something. They're going to give it to you. They're going to keep giving it to you repeatedly, repeatedly, repeatedly until it clicks and you look for it. If you don't have the mental capacity to take that out of you, then you can't do it. I don't even. I mean, I do watch Netflix sometimes, but I don't even really watch stuff. I'm either on YouTube or I'm reading because majority of stuff you put in your head is just nonsense at this point in time. It's
YouTube,
bullshit.
YouTube is your best source to go and learn this shit.
I mean, even when I'm on YouTube, I'm only on YouTube to research certain things.
Yeah.
Yeah. But
Research.
move forward and and not get stuck or whatever, because there's a whole, if not, this is gonna end up a six part PowerPoint or whatever,
Yeah.
but we did the biology of sexuality. For those that say, Taz, you making shit up, bro, you always just listen. Go and check out the National Library of Medicine and see what it says in regards about what it, as a matter of fact, if you read this right here, you can see that what I posted, look,
It's gonna be Freud.
regarding female sexuality, have
Freud.
been an atom. That whole concept is exactly what I wrote on here. It's a copy and paste. These are not my words. This is the National Library of Medicines, the one that pronounced it. That all of
No,
us
task. Before it's the task. before it's the National Library of Medicine, it's the NIH, was the National Institute of Health.
Right. That well, yeah. That
Okay, so that's bigger. That's bigger than that. The
right.
National
You
Institute of Health.
do get that information there as well. So
Yeah.
we tackle that biology and that biology of sexuality. So the clitoris equals a penis. All right. Now the penis comes from the same embryonic tissue as a clitoris. During the development phase, approximately 12 weeks, the genitalia decide whether or not they're going to become a penis based on the chromosomes it was dealt. Its components are the same as a penis. As well, it has a gland foreskin. This is the true reason why males get circumcised to remove trace of their origins. Erectile dysfunction and tiny shaft, which begins with the elongated during the second trimester. This is immediately followed by the ovarian, the ovaries descending and eventually externalizing, while forming the testicles, completing the male fetus. A lot of men get their feelings hurt for many different reasons, but in the end, it's biology. You know, I know that it's very we love who do we oh, we got him back. We got him back. Welcome back, brother. Go ahead, brother. You wanted to add something? Oh no. Okay. So
Yeah, I'm good. I just my phone did something.
No, listen, Taz,
go ahead, sis.
spread the mic around. I want to add something.
Go ahead, sis.
Clitoral, penis, and penis envy, and all of that.
No man hate. You got a man. No man hate. You got a man. He probably sitting there listening.
No, he's not here, and I I don't care about that. I'm secure in my relationship. But check this out. The clitoris would have come before the penis, which is what Taz is just like. Y'all got to take the shit that he's reading in the order that he's reading it in, because that's how he does his PowerPoints. He does them in the correct succession. Now, if we're talking about the penis is an elongated clitoris. So if you want to ask what came first, the clitoris or the penis, the correct answer is going to be the clitoris.
What came first, the chicken or the egg?
The egg, because the chicken is not a real animal, and it was created.
Right, in the lab.
I mean, I know, but it kind of doesn't matter.
Right, it doesn't matter. It's rhetorical. My point is not rhetorical though. My point is,
I mean, it kind of is, because once you have a penis, you have a penis.
No,
Once
the reason why we're breaking this down like it is because we're gonna show you some things that you don't know how it was formed. Yeah, we're gonna go into formation.
I get that, but I still got a penis. Like that doesn't change that at all. Like regardless of how it was formed, regardless of any of that.
Because your mother willed it.
I mean, but
you don't know that. I know you don't know that.
But what I'm saying is, regardless of how it got here, it's here.
It is. But let's not say regardless of how it got here, if some actual work was put in to get it here. Let's not act like, oh, that's obsolete. No, it's not.
Obsolete. I mean, I don't want to know how my car was built. I just want the car. Like, right?
Some people know,
if I get a Lambo, I can care less how much work they put into it.
So they can fix it.
How do you fix a penis?
Some people want to know how the car was built so they can fix it. Some people.
But how do you fix a penis besides chopping it off?
Studying the clitoris.
So what you're saying right now, if I start studying the clitoris, I can turn my penis into a clitoris?
No.
So what is the practicality of me understanding where my penis came from if I have a penis?
LBGTQDFGHIJK. Elemental P.
I mean, they get it cut off, but I'm not like, there's literally nothing I can hear anywhere that will make me want to cut my penis off. Like there's.
Yeah, and nobody wants you to cut your penis off, bro. We already did the motherfucking circumcision video. Go back and go into Taz Studios and find that. We already covered.
But you said so they can fix it. How do you fix it?
No,
I guess
you
that's how what I'm asking.
no know that your mother determined whether you was gonna have a penis or not. Is my
Because she wanted a boy. She wanted someone that looked like my dad. That's most women want a child that looks like them and a child that looks like the man, right?
yeah, and boom, Sean, boom, yeah, that's how it happened. Your mother did it, and
I
we
mean,
got.
but you. So how do you fix it? You stated fix it.
You're not fixing it.
Like
You got
if
penis.
it's
That's it. That's
yeah,
it.
because if she made a choice and then she got a son, why use the termination of how do you fix a penis when she wanted a son? So that's what I turned out.
No penis. Let's get that right. You're not fixing it. You
Okay,
got,
that's because you
you
kind
got
of.
to deal with it.
I
Right.
mean, I'm cool with it. I love my penis. It's one of the best things in my life. Like, what you like? I
Right. And
wouldn't,
understand
I
your mother.
wouldn't trade it in for anything. I
Understand.
wouldn't.
Thank your mother. Thank your mother for giving you your penis.
I mean, my mom gave me life. I got to thank her for all of it.
She
Like,
not only gave you life, but she gave you your male, masculine penis life.
but my life is more important than my penis.
It doesn't matter. She gave you everything.
just being, just being real. If I'm I'm gonna thank her for the whole shebang, not just a
Right.
part of it.
Thank her for the whole shebang is what I'm saying.
Yeah, no, most
You
definitely.
get me twisted, bro. Thank her for the whole shebang, including the penis.
Right. Let's try. It's funny because I mean, it's picking up. Like that's why I told you last time, sis. You
It's
know,
doing what it's supposed to do.
it's
Doing what it's supposed
um,
to do.
it's a very very controversial.
John thanks God for his penis. I'm now saying it's okay to thank your mother. Go and thank your mother for your penis.
To be honest, I've never really thanked anyone for that. I mean, I don't.
It's just there. I mean, I'm not gonna
I feel
go.
like yeah, that comes with the life. If I'm gonna thank, it's gonna be for life. I mean, that just kind of
No,
came. It's
but
been
now
there
you
all.
know
So
that it didn't just happenstance upon it was ordered. It was ordered, divine order by your mother, and that's what we're here for to let you know what all we've been doing. Task Rolat. Shit.
So moving forward again, please don't believe nothing I'm saying. Make sure that you check everything out for yourself and make sure that you do the research yourself. Now let's talk about the testes and the vas deferens, which is
Yes.
what the result that comes out of the fallopian tubes and the ovaries. All right. So it says if one looks into function, structure, and purpose of the testes and the vas deferens in comparison to the ovaries and fallopian tubes, we can comprehend how both are different sides of the same coin. Everything is dual, everything has poles. Both men and women have gonads. The new name we now know to identify gender is no more than a few hundred years old. In males, they are testes or testicles, the male sex glands that are part of the male reproductive systems. They are located behind the penis in a pouch of skin called the scrotum. The female gonads, the ovaries, are a pair of reproductive glands. So everything has pairs and it has its opposites, but the actual name of these reproductive areas is the gonads, both, regardless whether you're talking about female or male. That it later on, like in the last few hundred years, I don't know the exact amount of, I didn't do that research. I don't know how long ago it was that we went from gonads to now you have testicles and you have ovaries. Before it was like gonads, 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 gonads. That was the actual thing. So we know that everything is dual in this life, all right? Everything is dual in this life, and opposites are always identical in nature, but different in degree. Now extremes are always gonna meet, and opposites attract. We know that opposites attract. That's the reason for female and male. So a great example will be, I guess, I would guess it would be like hot and cold, because when we think of hot and cold, are they really opposites? But if you look at it in reality, they're one and the same, with one having the presence of heat and the other one having the absence of heat. But if you grab a piece of ice and you hold it in your hand, you're gonna get burned. How is the ice burning you? So it's opposites to everything, but it's all back to the same coin. And the whole concept of these last few slides is to show that we come from an original template. We are one in the same, and the only thing that has separated us has been these new names that have been implemented to separate us. Oh, you're a man, you're a woman, you're strong, she's weak, you have intellect and she's emotional. These are all new concepts that they have given us or whatever. But anybody want to add something on this before I go to the next one?
Nope.
No, let's go.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
go ahead, sis.
Yeah, hold on, because I don't see it coming back to that. But check it out. Testes. Um, in your Bible, when it talks about testifying, you have to have testicles to testify. So the reason why a woman can't testify in your Christian Bible, at least KJV, you can't testify because you ain't got no testicles. No, test testes versus vas difference are not the same. It needs to say testes so you can know that there are balls. So you can know that if you don't have any balls, you're not testifying under oath or any place else. Am I right?
Back
Taz?
back in 1933,
No, still to this day, bro.
women testify.
It's biblical. This is biblical.
I feel like women testify though.
They testify. They don't hold any credence as to them having testicles. You're right. You're right. So let's talk about origins. You're right. We got to go etymology on here. So testes in the beginning mean that you had testicles. If you wanted to testify, you had to have some testes.
Yeah.
Okay. Good catch, bro.
I feel like women fought for the right. They can do that now, and you don't have to have testicles.
Yeah, I was gonna add that to the what you call it, because the etymon of testify is
Testes.
testes, which is from where we get the word testicles, and that's why back in the days, when men would go up and testify, they would grab their nuts.
Right.
They will hold their right hand up while holding their nuts with the other one. They'll be like, "I testify that what before now we put our hand on the Bible. Before
No.
we used to put our hand on our nuts and say, I testify that what because that's your manhood, that's your everything. So
Taz. Balls in my world.
yeah, so that was the concept back then. But
Balls in my world.
so the Skeens clan, you want to read this one, sis?
Yeah. So damn, the Skeens gland is equals the prostate. So the Skeens gland are located in the vestibule or vestibuli of the vulva around the lower end of the urethra. So the two Skeens ducts lead from the Skeens glands to the vulvar testibular to the left and the right of the urethra opening, from which they are structurally capable of secreting fluid. So Skeens glands produce a milk-like ultrafiltrate of blood plasma. The glands are the source of the female ejaculation because they and the male prostate act similarly by secreting prostate-specific antigen or PSA, which is an ejaculate protein produced in males and a prostate-specific acid phosphate phosphatase. Some authors refer to the Skeens glands as the female prostate. It is homologous to the male prostate, developed from the same embryological tissues. And there's your diagram.
Hmm. See, that's
Right.
another thing y'all got up because we can't even enjoy our prostate because
Oh, yeah, you can.
Well, not without being called gay.
Right, and not without being gay. Not without being
Yeah.
gay. Oh,
Y'all can
okay,
enjoy yours
Sean,
whenever, and
Sean,
it's just cool.
Oh, you're right
I beg to differ. I beg to differ. Yeah, you can. We can do that for you. You're right.
And as soon as your girl get mad at you, boy, I
right,
feel bad for you, bro. Oh, that's why I had my finger in you. What? You weren't
right.
supposed to talk about that? Nah, nah.
See?
That's a setup. That's
Oh,
a
who says our
setup.
secrets now? Who says the secrets out now?
Excellent.
It's not a setup. You
That's
guys,
a setup.
you can have it going on. Just
First
watch
time you
your
get
mouth.
mad, it's out
No,
there.
no.
Everybody know now.
Watch your mouth, and you'll forever have be in prostate heaven.
I'm cool. Oh, I don't need it.
Super cool. I'm sure you never will,
I'm
never
cool.
nothing.
So Lima, help me out. Oh my goodness.
I'm
Let
cool.
me
If you
tell
ask,
y'all
if
something.
you
Y'all
most
touching on
girls,
stuff I can't even begin to act like I.
yeah, yeah. If
Yeah.
your
Yeah,
man asked you that, what would you say?
my man would never ask me that.
Exactly. If he did, you would look at him like, "What the hell, nigga?" Like
Right.
that's yeah.
But
Give it
it's
up.
obvious that your man may think of that.
I mean,
Right.
you think about
But
all kinds of stuff. He might think about slapping you or choking you or something too. He nothing to do it. Like thinking is
No, he's
thinking is cool.
not a real woman. No, he's not.
Thinking is cool is when you actually ask and let them know that you've been thinking about this. That's
Hey,
when the
hey,
problems come in.
no, we can read your mind, Negro. We can read your mind.
I ain't never had a girl look at me and be like, "You want your booty played with, don't you?" Like, nah. I've never experienced it.
Right. And if she asks you, the answer she's gonna get is nah. But
Yeah, if
if
she
she
asks
don't
me the
ask
answer, she gonna get it. Hey,
don't
I
ask
wish you would, girl. You go. It's gonna be a bad night for you.
Right. Yeah.
I kick my leg automatically kicks back, like you might fly across the room.
oh my God. Your 6'7" ass better not kick nobody.
Hey,
Listen,
she better not touch that area. That area is off limits.
right. Off, way off limits. Way off fucking limits. But moving forward, this is
Oh,
this one
hey,
of the
I'm
concepts.
sorry for exposing myself, but hey,
Yeah, we don't. We're not gonna ask what's going on, sis. But
hey, hey,
but to each their own. But no, anyways, this is one of the concepts that we're gonna see further into the PowerPoint because this is gonna help us understand how women were able to reproduce with the sperm of man, as we know. And so let's keep this in mind in the Skeens land. We are gonna come back and touch on this just a refreshment once we get to the other part. I have both of these slides connected so we could go back and forth. So the last one of the other things that I'm hearing a lot is the whole logical man, emotional woman. So we're gonna tackle this one and let's see what conversation we could get out of it because it is very interesting information. And please go check it out. Don't believe nothing I'm saying. Don't say, oh, well, Taz, just listen. Go look for the information yourself, and you will be able to figure out if what I'm saying is something that is factual or not. But logical man, emotional woman. So it says men use one side of their brain at a time, particularly the left side for verbal reasoning. This is where we get the whole concept of we are logical, while women use both cerebral areas for visual, verbal, and emotional response. These differences in brain use cause a difference in behavior between men and women. Because of this, men depend more than women on one hemisphere or the other for particular functions, which is essential language for us as males because we try to be very analytical. We try to be logical. We try to stay away completely from all emotional aspects of whatever. And if when we do decide to use the emotional aspect of our brain, we could only utilize that one side. We can't be if we're emotional, we can't be logical, and if we're logical, we can't be. We're stuck in one side or the other. but it says
Believe that.
because of this, men depend more than women on one hemisphere. Well, hold on. That yeah, uh, especially language. And related to this, that women have a chunkier corpus callosum, the bridge of the neurons that connect to the two brain hemispheres, giving her the ability to utilize both sides of her brain simultaneously. So she has a bigger corpus callosum, which is the part that is in green right here. All right. So having that bigger allows her and gives her the opportunity to use both of sides of her brain, that her emotional and logical one, simultaneously. It says the hippocampus is a structure involved in memory is larger in women. She will never forget. So y'all better be careful when y'all want to screw her over, because she won't forget. It'll be 3, 4 years from now, and then it'll be like, yeah, I got your ass. But I never forgot. It's like an elephant. Motherfucker would never forget.
Know
And
that.
if you do something wrong to that elephant, he and you bump into him 30 years from now, he gonna remember you.
Still in the room.
Huh?
The elephant is still in the room.
Right. So it says it's also true that the cortical mantle is thicker in women, and that women tend to have a higher ratio of white to gray matter. White matter being the kind of brain cells that are insulated, which is connective tissue, so she can literally make connections faster. Hence, girls walk, talk, potty train, and mature faster than men. So
Boom.
this is the reason why we tend to see some difference, uh like it says, girls as babies, they tend to. I'm experiencing that with my current son. I was telling my wife, I'm like, man, my daughter was like 6, 7 months, and she was already standing up and going all over the place. And my son just made a year, and he's barely getting there. He's like a little behind her, and I'm like, damn. And when I thought about it, my other son's been the same way. So there is this advantage that women receive for being able to utilize both sides of her brain. So the whole concept of women being emotional, are they emotional? Yeah, they are. But at the same time of being emotional, they have the capabilities to also be logical.
Logical.
We and they do it simultaneously. It's not something that they do one at a time.
Yes.
We
Yes. Get
we
to
know
know
that logic is not always the right answer, because sometimes you have to put emotion into certain things. One example that one example that I could give on that is, if you have children, and your daughter is with this boy that that she really really likes, and you don't like this boy. Your brain telling you like, man, fuck that, she ain't gonna be with this boy and everything, and you gonna lay down the law that you ain't gonna see this boy, but you never looked at the fact that she is emotionally attached to it, and attached to this boy, and you're not gonna think emotionally, you're gonna think logically, and because of that, she gonna sneak behind your back and go see this boy. And now you're no longer in control, because now you don't even know that your daughter is seeing this boy. Now he gets a pop
Mhm.
up, and you don't even know that she was supposed to be with this boy. She was never supposed to be with him. So that is just one concept in where we can't give our analytical
Can,
side.
can I object?
Yeah, one quick second. We can't give our analytical side 100% of the correct side, because it takes both sides of our brain to think. They're both there for a reason. We're gonna get into the concept of why we don't use both of our sides. But go ahead, brother.
Yeah. I think in that instance, it's about how you use logic. Because logically, if I'm dealing with my daughter and I know she's emotionally attached to this man, I'm not going to go to my daughter to forbid her to see something, because I know logically that's going to make her more inclined to see that thing. I'm going to go to the guy and make him scared to see my daughter. That's going to change the whole landscape of it. So see, logic in most cases, and I do agree, like women are built, both places, both thinking patterns have their place in different situations in life.
right.
But if you're not the type of woman that can control your emotions, then you can be controlled by emotions. I
That's
know I can pick fights with you. I know I can make you react a certain way just based on the fact that I know how to push your buttons emotionally.
those are facts. Those are facts. Those are facts. But you know, I can't even contest that aspect. You know, but if you, in my opinion, if you utilize something against somebody just because you know how they are, you a fucking asshole. You know,
Not because you know how they are, but all right, so if you know that your kid is trying to get over crack, you're going to keep them away from stuff that's detrimental to them. If you know that this guy is a piece of shit, because you're a guy, you know guys better than she knows guys. She's thinking with her emotions. You're seeing the actual guy. 9 times out of 10, if she brings a guy home you don't like, that guy is a piece of shit. So
fact.
that's the same thing as keeping her away from drugs. You're keeping away from heartbreak. This guy's going to hurt your daughter, and then you're going to have to console her while her heart is broken, when I can expose him first and stop her from having to go through that and use it as a teaching moment. This is how dudes are. This is how dudes operate. You got to look out for this when you deal with dudes.
Yeah, I agree with that. You know, the problem with that is that logical men are gonna do that. The vast majority of us are not doing that. You
Yeah,
know,
because
I've had
I
I've
do
had
agree with that. I
I,
agree with that.
I've had that conversation with my. I have a teenage daughter, you know, and I see how boys are reacting to her now that she's more developed, you know, and she's going through her stages of growing or whatever. She's changing
Hmm.
into a beautiful young lady, and because of that, you know, as boys as we are, you know, we are changing ourselves during that age, 13, 14, 15 years old. Is that place where we, you know, wish, you know, we start evolving in certain places, and we're like, man, I'm starting to look like
Hmm.
dad and shit, you know. So you feel this manliness coming over you. And me, once being a teenager and a boy at the same time, I know what they, like Sean said, us as
Yeah.
men, we know what it is that men want, you know. So
Yeah.
I've had that conversation with my daughter, you know, but it's very sad how you could see that the vast majority of girls out here, their father hasn't had that talk with them.
Yeah. And I mean, today's day and age, men are being raised without their fathers, so they're not being raised to perfect their logical thinking. They're being raised to think more like females because they're being raised by their mother. And that's why I saw somebody in a chat say that men aren't acting like men anymore. Well, you can't be taught how to be a man by anything other than a strong role model type man.
Facts.
Like, because my aunt kept saying, I have to train my man. I have to train. If you're getting men, you have to be trained. You're fucking with the wrong men. Men have to be trained by other men. This is how you get the logical thinking. This is how you get a lot of the qualities that make you attractive as a man without it being in your looks and it just being how you move. You have to get that from someone. You have to be taught that.
No, let it be known that by him saying his aunt, he's talking about me, and let it be known what I'm. Yeah, yeah, what I'm gonna bring to you later on. All men, because listen, for what black women had to go through to even get a man, for the choices that's out there, we had
but
to battle
but
down. Listen,
okay, so that's a whole different
let me,
conversation
right. So let
because
me finish it.
a-
Let me finish it.
and this is what we were talking about before the show because
Sean,
there's
let me
there's
say
there's
this.
levels. There's
Okay.
levels to income. There's levels to looks. There's levels to this. So as a man, you can outshoot the type of woman that you can actually get. Right? If you're a man and you're a 5 and you get a 10, you're not going to keep that 10. That 10 is probably going to cheat on you and she's going to break your heart. So if you keep going for 10s, how you look at women is going to be based on the way you get treated by those women, right? If you're a girl, right? If you're a girl and you think that you're an 8, but you're really like a 5, and you're going for men who are like 7s, 8s, and 9s, and
Say
you're
you're
getting the
really fine.
same treatment,
Who
there's
said
a reason behind that. You don't qualify for that type of man. You have to get the type of man you qualify, and then you'll get completely different results in a relationship.
okay? And so we are. We're gonna super tackle that what he just said at some later date and time. However,
Does anybody disagree with that?
Those are facts. I mean, sis, I'm not gonna.
those are facts to certain people.
If you have the same treatment from every man you've been with, and you've been with 10 different men, the common denominator is you. It's something you're attracting. It's something you're commanding that you're bringing to you. You're bringing certain type of men. Every woman has a type. Your type might be toxic. It might not be. Right? But if you keep getting men and you keep getting the same treatment from men, it's not the man. All men aren't the same.
So what Sean didn't feed in to my theory is that once a 18-year-old leaves his mother's house, that 18-year-old now needs to be picked up by a woman who can continue on where the mother left off.
Why would you pick up an 18-year-old?
No.
He has no value to your life whatsoever. Why would you pick up an 18-year-old?
You wouldn't, and that's not what
men mature slower than women. So if you're a woman and you're looking for a man, you need to be looking 5 to 7 to 10 years older than you, because they're going to be on the same maturity level as you.
Sean, I'm giving a pattern. It doesn't have nothing to do with that. What I'm saying is,
okay.
every 18-year-old that leaves his mother now needs to be picked up by somebody who continues on where the things that she didn't teach him or he didn't grasp or learn. That next woman, whoever she is, all around the world, needs to pick up where the mother left off. Like that man is not being trained.
Look, can I ask you a question?
He might be this. No, not before I finish my thought, because that'll make my thought.
Go
ahead. No, because that'll make my thoughts say.
Go ahead.
When it hasn't been explained in this methodology. Listen.
I said, go ahead.
All men at 18, when they leave their mother, whoever his girl is, however many girls he has, somebody to make him a real man needs to pick up where that mother left off and finish teaching him those morals, values, and lessons that he can't quite get from his mother because he's not sexually active with his mother. However, this new woman that comes in somewhere down the line needs to pick up the training that his mother left off with, which may be, whatever. If she's not doing that, then that is not her man. When she has a man that is applicable, she can pick up where the mother left off, turn him into a very
that tells me
or her man, or no, I don't need no help. Listen, or her man to be the type of man that she wants her man to be. Now look, from the pool that we're digging in, gay, drug addict, you like white girls,
that's Milwaukee.
No, stop it.
That's Milwaukee. That's up north. Up north niggas and down south niggas is different. Up north niggas and down south niggas is different.
Dude, I've been all
completely. It's a complete difference.
Stop it, Sean.
I'm dead ass, Denise. I'm from up north. When I moved down here, people took me. I got into so many arguments and fights because they said I was rude and an asshole. I was like, bro, I'm just being me. Like down south niggas is different.
You gotta have a woman who says, look here, let me polish you up. You are good. Your mother did do a good job, but I see where you need to be polished up at. If she's not,
Mama didn't do a good job.
If she's not doing, Mom did do a good job. However, at 18, you fucking left because think about it. You're not gonna really have a girlfriend living at your mom's house. Okay.
I've always had girlfriends in and out of my mama's house. I get girls when I want them.
Listen to
Denise, I'm 6'7", 285. I'm cute. I got dreads. I get girls when I want them. Like it's not. I don't have those issues.
Yes, baby, and I love you. Listen, what I'm saying is, when that man at 18 leaves his mama's house, the girl that he's that's going to be significant in his life is the one who's going to know. Okay, here's why I need to pick up at and get him to this and get him to that. You're not going to be able to get along with that girl if she's not trying to finish.
Can I ask you a question now? Can I ask my question now? Because
No.
a guy who's 18 that's focused on women is going to be a loser in life, right?
Yes.
A
Well,
guy who is
I say
18 who is
girl.
not focused
I
on
girl. He's
becoming the
fine.
best man he can
Girl.
become is going to be a loser in life.
He is.
So let me ask you, would you rather have a guy who was trained by a 25-year-old girl how to be a man, or would you rather have a guy who was trained by a 45-year-old millionaire nigga how to be a man?
Neither. Neither. It don't even
Thank
go like
you.
that. It don't even
Neither.
go like that. Thank you.
Neither.
Yeah,
So
you out.
who's
Neither.
going to train him?
You
How,
out.
how
No.
do you? This
Listen.
is a question that I asked
I'm,
that you couldn't answer.
giving you the
I,
whole.
I,
How do
I
you
would like
train
to
a
speak
man?
on the subject.
Thank you, Salima.
How do you
Okay,
train a man?
where my sister at? Where my sister at?
I'm right here. And first of all, I don't care about that. I want to go back to the logical man, emotional woman. First of all, men are so freaking emotional, it ain't even funny. I don't know how that saying came about or who's lying to our men, but we all know that the men in this society are quite emotional because if the society has been run by patriarch and this is the state of the society, y'all logic is either fucked up or somebody doing a lot more crime behind closed doors than they letting on because our society is jacked up. So
Can
I,
I
I
answer that question
disagree.
for you, or do you want
No,
me
no,
to?
no. I'm not even asking a question. I'm speaking on the logical man and emotional woman. My thing is that it's not a question. I'm 50 years old. Men are just as emotional as the woman. And I'm tired of the society teaching women that we are not logical or intellectual when we are. When we are. Because
No
I
one said
homeschool
intellectual.
my children. I think logically. And the only time my emotions are usually sparked up is when I'm dealing with somebody who is testing my logic. And it's usually somebody who's close to me. And nobody can bring out a woman emotions like somebody who's close to her.
Right.
So we're dealing with where we're in a society where we're being labeled by entities that do not have our best interest at heart. So men being told that they're more logical than women and women are more emotional, that's all some bullshit. Because I have more logic than most people who have been to college, that are college educated. Logic and emotion should be a part of both men and women, and it should be balanced. And it's not because somebody, the beast, is sending out this negative programming that says the man is this way, the woman is this way, and this is why it ain't gonna never be right. So we have to dig into these sayings. Look, my brother once questioned, are we secure in the language that we speak? Hell the fuck no, we ain't. We always talking about equity, but how can we say we need equity when we don't understand that the woman and the man are both emotional and logical? The woman and the man are both physical and soulful, spiritual. You see what I'm saying? You can't have one without the other. This alone is divisive within the community. How dare you say I am just as logical as any man. I write books. I educate whole communities. I grow food. Do you understand? You telling me that's all emotion? You telling me that's all emotion? None of that is logic. Being a carpenter, being able to build things, that's all emotional. Man, get out of here with that. The men and the women in the society are both. Now, what it is that we're unbalanced. We're both, the men are unbalanced logically. They're being trained to depend more on their logic. And that hasn't helped our society because our society has fallen apart. And our women have been taught, well, you're an emotional bit, and that's just who you are, and blah, blah, blah. No, sister, get the logic on board with your emotions. We have to be both. We have to be balanced. And we cannot allow the programming from the beast to say we are one or the other. No, I am both. I am both logical and emotional. It take emotion to push out that baby. and it take logic to lead the baby into the future. You see what I'm saying? It takes emotion to lay down with that man to make that baby, but it takes logic to do all the other things that I do, like run the household, educate my children, feed my family. That's logic. That's not just emotion. So we need to get off of these different programmings that teach us this divisiveness. Y'all men are just as emotional as me. I have held more than enough men in my arms and let them cry. And that is what they're supposed to do. You
That's
got
no.
tear ducts just like I do. You
That's
got
not what
tear
they're supposed
ducts
to
just
do.
like, excuse me, what?
That's it. That's not what they're supposed to do.
Excuse, okay, well, you can shut that down, baby boy. Let me keep going. First of all, y'all got tear ducts just like women do. The tear
We do.
ducts, when women cry, we ain't just crying because we're sad. We cry because we're happy. We cry because we've hit milestones. We
Men and
cry
women are
because we've
different.
done
We
all
we we
kind of
don't.
things.
Our rules in
So,
life that governs men and women are different. Like it's different.
excuse
You
me.
you you
Parent,
are
you still cutting me
you
off,
are an
young blood.
amazing
You gonna
woman.
have to stop
Okay?
that.
You are an amazing woman. I mean, you just talked for like 5 minutes, no offense, but you are an amazing woman, and you're probably more logical than majority of women. Like you are a unicorn. So that is cool. But majority of women aren't unicorns. Majority of women don't learn how to control their emotions, right? Majority of men nowadays are being raised by women who aren't teaching them how to control their emotions. My emotions and your emotions are different. I'm 6'7". My emotions come with a lot more destructive ability than you do. Just off.
You have no clue about what you're talking.
If
I'm
if
sorry,
if
but I have to
if
speak up. You really
if
do
we're
not,
somewhere
and you
and there's
cut me
somebody in
off
front of us
because
and
women. Let me tell you
you talk
something.
for
Let
like
me tell you something.
5 minutes, and we
Your emotions
everybody was
cannot be
quiet.
more destructive than mine. They can't.
If
If we're
if
both out
if
of
you get
balance, and we're
angry at
both
me
out of
and you
balance,
come at
both
me,
your
I can take a
emotion and
lot
my
more of what
emotion
you're
and
going
my
to give
out of
me
balance logic
versus
can end
me
us both
coming
up in
at you.
jail. That's
Regardless if it
not.
ends if
Hold on. We gotta talk one at a time. Let's talk one at a time. Talking over each other is not going to is not. There's going to be no building there. So let's let everybody speak so we could get some decorum at least when people speak. So I mean, you both could keep on building. I just want the one at a time so we could experience both of your conversations of what you're the points that you're both making and not one trying to overdo the other one or anything like that. So I mean, with that said, can let's keep building. Just let's speak one at a time if that's more possible.
okay,
Since you
can we
go ahead.
have a time limit to speak so it's not like one person speaks for like 5 minutes and then
Yeah, no
because
more.
like everyone was quiet for a long time
Most
and then
definitely.
I asked politely and it just kept going.
I'll make sure that you know that the mic is passed around in most definitely. You want something to add, Sister Yasini? I think you're muted, sis.
Yeah, yeah, listen. Yeah, I think they're doing a great job, and I think this is necessary to hear from both sides, like it is. It doesn't have to, go there where it's an argument or a fight, but I think they're doing a great job. I think Salima is expressing herself. Sean is expressing himself, which is the reason why we begged him to stay, because we need that side. So let's do it like that, like we've been doing. We good, Taz.
Most definitely, most definitely. You want to finish your statement, brother Sean?
Yeah. I feel like as a man, it's you can't really speak on how you feel because it does kind of get demonized. As a man, my beliefs, the reason why people say men nowadays are not men is because they're not being raised by strong men. You cannot raise a strong man up the same way you raise up your daughter. It does not work. A strong man has to be raised by another strong man, or he has to have a strong male role model with the type of traits that you want him to inherit from that person. Most men aren't getting this. So when you're dating men, if you're not looking for leadership traits, If you're not looking for someone who doesn't need to be trained, then you get a bunch of niggas that need to be trained. Most women learn dating from red flags. Once a nigga does something bad, ooh, I'll never let a nigga do that to me again. You don't really get taught to date from a perspective of, ooh, he got everything that I need, until later on in life when you've been hurt by a couple different niggas. Now you've learned from trauma, you've learned niggas from pain instead of learning niggas from, okay, this he's a hood nigga, so he probably ain't going nowhere in life. This nigga stayed in and out of jail. This nigga touches little boys over here. I don't want to fuck with him. Oh, this nigga got his own job. He got a car. He got a business. Maybe I should start messing with that particular type of man. I'll get a completely different view on men based on the type of men I choose to deal with. That's all I'm saying.
Most definitely, most definitely. You want to add? You want to rebuttal, sis? Please feel free to speak your mind, Sister Salima.
No, no, I think I pretty much stuck to the point and made my what my point was.
Most definitely, most definitely. You want to add something, Sister Yasini? Because I mean, the subject is something very emotional when it comes to the aspect of who's being logical, who's being emotional. Are we taking advantage of certain emotions? Are we
I'm respecting. I'm respecting both my sister and my brother, and this is exactly what we wanted it to be. We get to
Yeah.
get our time in through our PowerPoint presentation, and we get to stop and say, "Hey, wait a minute on that." Like I'm learning so much. Like we've left a. We can stop thinking that our generation and the other generation is in the same place. We can stop thinking that now, thanks to Sean, that he doesn't know who Ford is, don't give a damn who he is.
But y'all are talking about dating before the age of social media. Social media has completely changed, and majority of y'all in relationships or married or have, like, it is a completely different world
yeah.
nowadays. And the type of women that y'all have become over the years of studying and learning and becoming smarter and striving to become better, majority of women aren't pushed to do that. Majority of women don't do that in today's society.
That is true.
Majority of women are looking for, if you cried, or majority of women's, if they seen you crying, soon as they get mad at you, you gonna be a pussy ass nigga, or you gonna be a bitch. You don't cry to your girl, you have to cry to your niggas. And your niggas is gonna call you a bitch, but they gonna make you get back on your business. Your girl might lose attraction and stop fucking with you.
No.
Like for real.
See, this is what. See now. Okay, so I get to delve in deeper into my part. Listen, once we've taken on the task that we're going to train you, you don't just get
Can
like
we think of another word other than train, sis? Sis, sis, can we think of another word other than train? Because
no,
it sounds like
no,
an animal.
no,
Because
no.
don't nobody train me, sis.
I don't
Tell you
I
that.
don't
I
feel
know
like
you don't
that.
like it. I know you don't like it. I know you don't like it. But we being real. The deal is when you come from your mother's house at 18, if
Right.
no woman has picked you up to train you into further being what you need to be as a man,
That tells me, sis, that
you're not trained.
I've been in a 10-year relationship and a 7-year relationship, Denise. I've been in a relationship majority of my life.
Yeah, and
I
none of your
think
women
that
you.
the training that it would take to be with you is not the same training it would take to be with the other sister on the panel, which is not the same
Okay,
type of training.
right. So
If you
stop,
train a guy to be
stop
your
making it
nigga,
personal, Sean. So stop
huh?
making it personal then. Stop making it personal. I'm not making it personal. I'm saying the 18-year-old from the time he's left his mother's house, let's call him 35 now. Let's call him
right.
45 now. If somebody hasn't come into your life to take on the task of finishing what your mother left off, because now it's gone from mother son relationship to woman, like your lady, like you screwing
That
her.
scenario, sis.
So
That scenario, sis.
Me,
Hold
yeah,
train.
because all I hear from that is
Calling it that.
there's something wrong with your male mind, and it needs to be shaped by a female for it to be good.
That
And
might be
there's nothing wrong with
no,
the
let me,
way men think. There's nothing wrong with the way females
no,
think. There's nothing
and
wrong
we're
with the
not
way
saying
men
that.
think. I'm not supposed to think like
Sean,
you. You're not supposed to think like me.
give me 2 minutes on the mic, and I promise I'll shoot it back to you. Listen, here's what I'm saying. Whether we call it that training or not, it's going to take place
Mhm.
to have a man. Listen, you can go to the gutter and get your man. You can go get that crackhead and who was that man? You get that motherfucker who just got out of jail. You get that motherfucker who only dated white girls. You can get that motherfucker who are already married. You get that motherfucker. You know, our pool for getting men is very, very small. So when
That's all negative shit.
we already know. We already know that some
That
training
that
is
was all negative shit.
involved. No, that's what we have to choose from. What do you mean all
So,
negative?
so there are no business owners. There are no men riding in Mercedes. There are no men going on trips. There are no
Sean,
positive role models that you see in the community.
Sean,
There
listen.
are
I'm saying when a woman is looking for a man, and we can
these
talk
men are
about this.
everywhere, Denise.
How many women don't have a man? How many women don't have a man? And what's the reason that they don't have a man? I
It's
told
because
you, shit down.
women
No, no.
demonize what men want. If a man tells a woman what he wants, he needs to be trained. There's
No,
something wrong with
no.
him. You're missing a leg of your X chromosome. There's something wrong with the man that he thinks like a man. If I tell you how
I'm
I
so
think,
glad you brought that up.
there's
I'm
something
so
wrong
glad
with me.
you brought up your missing leg and your Y chromosome, brother. Because now we can move on with the PowerPoint task. Jump
Before we go,
back in.
before we move on, hold on. Before we move on, sis, I want to add this with that scenario that you're bringing up about
No, don't add that unless
hold
you
on, sis, hold
let me
on, sis,
finish.
hold on,
Let
hold on.
let let Taz speak. Let him speak. Let him speak. He ain't spoke yet.
With that concept that you're bringing up in regards about once a child leaves at 18 years old, sis, I muted you, so if you're speaking, you're not, nobody can hear what you're saying.
I unmuted. Don't use my incomplete thought.
Right, but hold on. So with that scenario that you're saying about when men leave at 18 years old, that doesn't tell me that a man is lacking in training.
It
That's
doesn't because I didn't get to finish.
hold on, sis, please.
He's a boy. It's
Let me
saying he's a boy.
that's telling me that 18 years old is not the time he should be leaving home and trying to make it on his own, because he's not rational yet and capable enough to do what he could do when he's 23, 25. But that involves being at home and being raised by his mother and his father. That doesn't just involve just some other woman that has to come in and train them because of any other reason, that whatever, because that woman from outside the home is never going to teach him what the father and the mother could teach that child. So that tells me that 18 years old should never be a time that anybody, regardless whether you're a female or a male, you should never be leaving
You see my sister shaking her head.
huh?
You see my sister shaking her head.
Oh, I see both of you very clearly.
Exactly. And you just
But
Like,
Taz is right.
no,
Taz is right. No one should be leaving. We're so miseducated. None of us are ready to go out into this system at 18. Most of us aren't. Really,
especially
what are they leaving for? What is the purpose? Other than the fact that we might not be getting along, what are they leaving the home for?
There's
Because they're not fully educated, they're not fully mentally developed, they're not fully emotionally developed. What are they leaving the home for at 18?
the reason why they're leaving, sis, is because the system is telling them that at 18 you're old enough to leave the house and do as you please, and you could be your own man. So when you instill that thought into a teenager that is in between a hormonal increase where he goes from being a boy to a man or a girl to a woman, when you put that mentality into a child that's barely learning how to be a man or woman, that completely puts you
all you saying, all
I'm
you saying is
man. That is the system
all
that
you saying is that you're not trained. All right.
Taz, you need a soundboard with a round of applause. You need a soundboard.
You got a soundboard. Bring it out.
Facts. Facts.
No damage, Taz. Whatever. Whatever. You got a
Well,
soundboard.
most definitely. So you know, it is it,
So
it,
anyway,
it,
Yeah.
I'm glad you agreed with Taz on that, and I'm glad that you broke it down like you did, because all I've ever been trying to say is, like, okay, like behind
We'll
every
see. We'll see.
man, there's a good woman. Behind every successful man, there's a good woman. Or I promise you, Pete Buttigieg is not going to be president.
Well. The thing is that Shy finds it offensive the way you say it, because in reality,
No, I don't
even
find
when
it. It's not.
can I let?
Yeah, go
Go
ahead.
ahead. My bad. Go ahead.
Okay. Well, because the thing is that even when young women leave home, that man that we're moving in with, he's going to teach us something, because we don't know anything about each other. I have been raised by my parents the way they raised me, and he's been raised by his parents the way he was raised. So, of course, as we come together as a couple, it is imperative that I learn things from him so that we can get along and thrive. And it is imperative for him to learn things from me so that we can continue to get along and thrive. To me, that's the common sense of the situation. It's not just this, as Denise likes to put it, just us training men. Yes, there are times when we're more mature and we know more things, but that is not to say that the man that whom we are coexisting with or who we've chosen to be our complement isn't there to teach us and train us in things also. That is always a two-way street. And that's where Parthenogenesis has to be. We have to understand that it is the admission of a two-way street, that the one-way street of patriarchy is over. And Parthenogenesis is now the admission that there's a two-way street. And that we don't understand as a society that this is all that women have, what we have been through. You see, so it's not a competition. It's not us putting you down. It's us saying that, yes, men are being raised differently from us. And that is the problem. That is the biggest overall problem. Why is my son being pulled aside and being taught something different from my daughter? If the goal is to bring us together to ascend as a people, the parents have to put their foot down and say the man, this young man and this young woman have to be raised and trained to learn the same thing. Otherwise, we're always going to have this a diversity amongst ourselves. We don't want diversity amongst us. We want unity. We want to understand that we are the complement of one another. You see what I'm saying? So when we're teaching our young men this, boys will be boys and princesses over here, is something wrong with that picture. They're supposed to be receiving the same education. So as a homeschooler, I'm always going to speak on this, because this society teaches our children sexuality instead of unity, and that the sexuality is dividing us. And it's not. We're letting them divide us with these terms and things like this. You see what I'm saying? We're raising them based on sexuality. We shouldn't be raising our families on sexuality. Yes, it is important. Yes, it is an act that will be committed to bring future generations into this existence. But what we have to experience to the so what we have to experience to the most is that we have to be raised the same. We cannot continue to pull our sons to the side and say boys can be boys, and it's all right for them to smack girls on their ass and snap their bras and stuff, and then pull girls to the side and say it's all right to be a princess, and you just have to let boys be boys. But if girls flourish athletically, politically, speech-wise, you know, oh, they're being bossy. They're out of their lane. So there's these two different signals. That's what I'm saying. We're sending two different signals, and this divisiveness between the man and the woman would stop if we as parents could get on board and get in sync as to what type of education is going to be provided to our children, because this bullshit, this logical man, emotional woman bullshit is what's keeping us divided. We're more than that. The man is more than that, and I'm more than that.
Most definitely. Thank you
I,
for that.
I think that raising us the same way, men and women are different. We're not the same. We think the same. Just like earlier, for a prime example, when you talked about the taking off of your shirt, my male brain went one place and your female brain went somewhere else. My aunt understood exactly what you were talking about. Taz thought exactly what I was thinking. So men perceive things differently. And we're not teaching boys how to slap girls on the booty and stuff like that. There's certain traits that women have the luxury that they can have those traits, because in life, really, if you're a woman, you can find a man that might marry you and take care of your life. Men don't have those options. If you're inadequate, you get punished for being inadequate. And you have to be taught that a woman can't teach a man the harshness of inadequacy of a man. That's a turnoff. You will never get a female if you're looked at as inadequate. And these are traits that can only be placed in a man from another man who understands that trait. How women will treat you if you're broke. How women will treat you if your shoes are dirty. How women will treat you if you have a roommate. How women will treat you if you don't have a car. How society will look at you if you don't have certain things to the other men that say that you're competent. Women don't have to deal with that part. Women, you can be a dummy and be cute and land a millionaire. If you're fat and you're a bum and you're a man and you live in your mama's basement, you're not finna get no girls. If a girl trains you up, she's not going to stay with you. So there's a hidden performance of a burden on men that women don't understand because they're women, and they think that, oh man, he's just a man and I'm a woman. We're just mammals and we should be raised the same. No, your existence is a lot easier than mine. You can get out of a ticket for crying. Girls can get out of things. Girls can have guys pay their bills. If I ask a girl to let me borrow some money, I'm a scrub. I'm a bum. She will probably never talk to me again. If I need $20 from a girl, majority of girls, this is not all girls, this is majority of girls. There are some girls out there that will take care of a man and will deal with a man's inadequacy. There are some girls out there who will train a man, but most females aren't looking for men that have to be trained. They want a man that's already there. They want a man that's already sufficient. He's already competent. He can already take care of himself. He has the capability of taking care of a family. He has a path. He has a purpose. He's going somewhere. A woman cannot teach a man his purpose.
Those are facts.
The only thing a woman training a man can do is add on to the training that his mom already started. If he misses the male part of it, then he's going to be inadequate to most females. They're going to always feel like he needs to be trained and he's going to be a turnoff.
Hello. You said we can't, even though we birthed all of you. Ain't no man on this earth that we didn't birth.
No, I didn't say you can't.
No.
When you raise your son, there's two halves of the coin. This is why there's a family. There's a male side and there's a female side. You're supposed to put the female side into your son, but if he lacks the male side, and most men nowadays lack the male side, they don't have the strong match. I have my mom. I love my mom. Like I get the black female side. Most especially on my culture, most black men grow up with strong black mothers who teach them the female side of things.
Right.
So the question is, why is that? Where is the man?
Right.
Because you've been saying that the men are lacking because of the women. Well, where is the freaking men? Where are the men?
Marry before you carry.
Wow, I doubt that.
Men do what they have to do to get sex. If you demand that a man has to marry you to get sex, you'll get married before you have sex. If you demand that a man can invite you over and have a bottle and a blunt and he gets sex, then that's what he's going to do. Majority of women is nowadays, and this is speaking from a real dating standpoint, it's easier to get sex than a relationship from a girl.
Yeah, women are in complete control of the of sex because I'm gonna put an example out there just to prove that if a man walks into his house and he has a monogamous relationship with a woman, but he walks into his house, he walks into his room, and his girl, wife, whatever she is laying there with another woman, not having doing anything or whatever, but just there waiting on him, butt naked, and his girl, wife, whatever, tells him, "Hey, listen, babe, I just want to have a threesome. Let's go." I guarantee you, I'm gonna say 100%, but I'm not. I don't want to speak in absolutes, but I'm almost sure that
Not 90%.
right, 99.9% of men are gonna jump in that bed. They're all gonna jump in there. Now, if you switch the tables around and the woman comes home and the man is laying there with another woman, and he tells the girl, "Hey, babe, I just wanna have a threesome. Come on, jump in." That's it. Relationship's over with. There,
Mhm.
there is no more relationship. How dare you lay in my bed with another woman and you naked and you think I'm just going to jump? Relationship is over with. So
Mhm.
it is a fact that women do control sex. It's not to imply that that's what states everything, but with better choices, because there is a lot of us that, like, to put it in the terms of Sister Yahsinni, a lot of us that do not have no home training. I'm speaking about,
Mhm.
there's a lot of men that do not have no home training or no after home training, with what blase woman or whatever. So if we're lacking that, then, and the ones that control the sexual part of any relationship is the woman, then she is a little bit more responsible for
He's
uh,
accountable.
making her accountable for her choices, because you knew he was a fucking nothing nobody. When you laid on this bed, you knew that dude had just laid with blah blah and blah blah blah. You knew he, oh girl, accused him of cheating. That one accused him of this. He's always on a block tipping 40s and blowing blunts.
He got four baby mamas.
Right. You knew this was in the picture. So not to say that everything lays on the woman, but when it comes to the aspect of reproduction and sexual intercourse, women are in full control of that concept.
Mhm.
Control what happens in the bedroom altogether. That's why when you speak of having more than one women, polygamy, it wasn't the man that went and chose the woman and say, "Yeah, I want that one, that one,
The
that one."
women chose the men.
It was the women, the one that chose all the motherfuckers that came into the equation, because women knew that it was about nation building. I'm not gonna bring this ratchet ass girl into my nation, and I'm trying to build something, and all she's trying to do is some other shit. She don't fit the category of what she's trying to build. So it was always the women, the one that decided what other women were going to be included into the polygamous relationship. It was never the man
Well,
one that chose that aspect when we're talking about back then. Now,
nope.
is the man the one that, I want that one, that one, that one, that one.
I
It
mean,
was,
I don't even think it's that because only a small amount of men can actually afford two women. Women are expensive and they want you to buy things. And
yeah, yeah,
if you're going to get multiple females, she's going to expect benefit from it. But
yeah.
I do feel like men and women look at sex differently. Sex is completely different from men than it is for women. And women think men look at sex the same way they do. Women, sex and emotions kind of go together. There are some women out there that can just have sex with a man and not get any emotion from him. But for majority of women, if they have sex with the same man and it's good and he's cool, they're going to start to get emotions and feelings for him. Men can separate sex from relationship. So when dating a man, you kind of got to find out which box he's putting you in. If you're just sex, then you're going to get a horrible relationship with this man because he's never going to commit to you, right? You got to figure out if it's relationship. The way how you assure relationship is value added after sex. Because as a man, and I mean, I don't mind to toot my own home, but I don't have an issue getting females. As a man who gets females, every female comes with the ability to give you sex and give you orgasm. So then what after that? Right? Because if most females, especially nowadays, I
That
don't know
still
about
ain't got nothing to do with where the dad is raising the
Are you really
son.
even giving orgasms? Are you really even giving
the
orgasms?
sex. Most women will give away sex faster than they will give away a relationship. It's harder for me to find a girl who's relationship minded versus a girl who will give me their body. So why buy the cow when I can get the milk for free?
You can't. You're not.
Most girls aren't requiring. You have to require something. If you don't require something, your a woman's body is it's a prize. It's a possession. It's not for everyone. It's for specific people who earn it, right? And if you come at it from that angle, a lot of niggas don't measure up, and they should not have access to your body. There's only a certain few men that are going to come into your life and show you that they deserve access to your body. So if you choose to give niggas that aren't worthy access to your body and then judge the niggas who are worthy for the niggas who weren't worthy, that's unfair to men. The men aren't in the house because women aren't demanding you to be in the house. If a girl says you not get, if all women stood up and was like, bro, no more pussy for y'all, else we getting married and we having kids, you know, the marriage rate would shoot up. If y'all went on a pussy strike, the marriage rate would shoot up, bro. Y'all, everybody would be getting married.
Everybody be married.
But since I know if she don't want to do it, I can call this other chick over here and she go do it, and I can call this other chick over here and she go do it. What? There's no standard put on sex anymore. There's no standard put on reproductions anymore. It's just if you like a nigga and he look good and you feel like giving him your body, give it to him.
So there's no standard placed on fatherhood either. Then, and if that's the case,
No,
I mean,
that's
for a
true.
man, once your semen leaves your body, you lose all reproductive rights. I can't tell you what to do with your body once my semen
I
is
ain't
in
say
you.
nothing about reproductive rights, baby. I said the father. I'm talking about men still taking responsibility, whether they like these women or not, whether what they think about it. That is your seed.
Was he father
And this is
material?
about parthenogenesis. And a part is that men have been getting away with doing things because they can. Now that you know you can do these things
It's
like
because
walk
they don't
away from
know
your
any
seed,
better.
and
They
now,
don't
now that
know
you know
any
that you can,
better.
now that you know that you can walk away from your seed and not raise them and blame the women, and now that we know that there's a new consciousness, what are the men going to do? Because we can continue to
If
blame the woman, but if the man is the lead and he's the ruler of this world,
But
you're
that's the thing.
telling me the man chooses to walk away from his seed and disrespect will come out of his own body?
That's what this power
key
proves.
word is man. Like if most women who are having kids with 25, 26, 27-year old boys, you're not if the qualifications for sex was he was a man and he was husband material and he was father material, things will completely change. But that's not the standard for sex and having kids anymore. Most women, if you look good, you can have a kid, and then you find out later that this man didn't want to have a kid, and now you're stuck with him because it's your body. But men lose all reproductive rights after his semen leaves. If he tells you, "Hey, I'm not ready to be a father," and then you decide, "I still want this baby," you're forcing him to be a father. He might not be ready. He's still a boy. Most men are boys. Most dating relationships happen in younger age, and women who mature faster are dealing with less mature men. It depends on who you let in your bed, who you let. Like if he's worthy, if you let a worthy man have a kid by you, he will take care of his kid. He will take care of you. If you let an unworthy man, then he will run and he will leave you to take care of the kid by yourself.
most definitely. So with with that part being said about the logical and emotional man, just not to get stay stuck in there, because it's so much that could be said just about that one, that this one aspect of, of the logical. But now that we do understand, the possibilities within the brain hemispheres that we have, then we can move on to the next one, which would explain the reason why our women are able to multitask and do multiple activities more than one time, which in this case it says, ever try to get a man's attention when he's doing some type of labor, playing a game or watching TV? It's almost an impossible task, depending on how much his interest is into what he is doing or tending to. How many times has your significant other forgotten something you asked, needed, or requested? Not that it is impossible for us to multitask, but we rather tackle one thing at a time. But her ability to multitask is always praised with the words, I don't know how you always pull it off and get it all done. So when we're looking literally, and speaking in regards about the brain, because that's what we were talking about, logical and emotional, we see that that's what gives, women an advantage to be able to tackle multiple aspects of whatever it is that she's doing, whether it be taking care of the home, making sure that it's clean, she has dinner ready, the babies done got dressed, they don't went to school, came back, she had backpacks ready, she did all this thing, and during this whole time, we went to work. That that is one way to look at it. I don't know if you guys wanna add into it. It's it's definitely a way to be able to realize the concept of why she's able to utilize both sides of her brain.
Hmm.
So from that aspect, we're gonna keep it moving, and let's go into even more controversial. We're gonna tackle religion as well, because there's many aspects within this whole thing of Parthenogenesis, this theme that we have today. It's literally not just in that concept, but it's we also find it in religion, and we're building up to it. So just so everybody understands. So when it comes to religion, it says, when we look into current religion as it is presented to us today, it appears that nobody wants to address certain concepts found within the book. Not a concept of woman comes from a rib. For a full breakdown of the rib concept, check out my Occult More Christmas PowerPoint, but a deeper and more direct quote from God herself. If we look into Jeremiah 1:15, God states, before I formed thee in the belly, I knew thee, and before thou comest forth out of the womb, I sanctified thee, and I ordained thee a prophet unto the nations. All right, so God is talking to Jeremiah at this point, and God is telling him that the creation was made within the womb. That's where everything happens. That's what we're going to try to tackle. But we're going to tackle also this concept of God, this God that is being presented to us. So how is this God being presented to us? If nobody has nothing else to add, I'm going to move on just to get some slides out of the way.
I don't have nothing to add. I would like to say that I did put a link in the description box because it seems like we're going to be able to flow through our flow chart or PowerPoint presentation and get some outside views. So just knowing that, I believe Charbet is going to show up and maybe some other people are not. But because this topic is so hot, we want as much view as we can get because we're able to hold on to our PowerPoint presentation task. Just letting you know, I'm in the background doing other shit.
Okay, most definitely, most definitely.
All right, peace.
So moving forward, we look at the Christian aspect. Let's look into the Muslim aspect, because even within the Muslim religion, and they're not gonna tell you that it's that, but the it's there. It's undeniable. All right. So the triple God is Allah. pretty much Muhammad, what he did was he turned the triple goddess into the three daughters of Allah. So this is the concept. Allah was originally Alat, the goddess that predates Islam. Her name literally translates into the goddess. Her symbol, worldwide, is the crescent moon. She was also worshipped as a sun goddess, since the sun in Arabia was called Shamash and was considered feminine. Islamic nations still use the star and crescent of the goddess in their flag. She would have also she would have also been venerated in Carthage under the name of Alatu. Alat was represented by a great cubic stone around which the sanctuary was built, where the Arabs flocked to carry out worship rites and proprietary sacrifices that ensure the intervention of the goddess to devotees' favor. Pre-Islamic Arabs believe Allah resided in the Kaaba and also had an idol within the shrine. She had a main temple in the city of Taif, east of Mecca, and was known from Arabia to Iran. Now, this cubic that symbolized this woman, this female deity that is at the Kaaba, is the same cube that we find today, in Mecca itself, which is this cube that we see right here. And on the eastern corner, if I'm not mistaken, on the eastern corner, there is a vagina looking thing where everybody goes there and prays to it. Everybody goes there and prays to it. And is all this is because of the concept of how before there was the concept of Allah, there was Alat, and she was a female deity that ruled everything that we know today as Arabia. Sister Salima or Sean, you guys want to add something?
No, I didn't know that. That's interesting.
No, no, I'm good.
Yeah, so that's a concept that a lot of people were not aware of. And just to elaborate even more on it, this is even within the Quran, we find that Allah has a womb. Allah is known for three names, all right, and and his names are Allah, Ar-Rahman, and Ar-Rahim. Those are the three names that the Quran gives to them. Is the first things that appear in the very first, when you open a Quran. If you have a Quran, if you open the Quran, and you go to the version that will be Genesis per se, the first book in the Quran, it will start by telling you that you are giving all praise to Allah, which is also known as Ar-Rahman and Ar-Rahim. All right. And these other names, they are feminine in origin. They're feminine in etymology. This is the reason why when you go to temple, an Islamic temple, there is breast sitting on top of the temple. Not like when you go to a Christian church, but when you go to a Muslim temple, there is always breasts above it. You will always find breasts above it. So it says, it can be established that Allah officially has three names according to the Quran. They are Allah, Ar-Rahman, and Ar-Rahim. The question at hand becomes, what is the Arabic word for merciful? The answer is Ar-Rahim equals merciful. Ar-Rahim is a trilateral word that its etymological meaning is womb. The words Ar-Rahman and Ar-Rahim come from the same root Ram. Ram means the womb of a mother. The Arabic root RHM, which today means caring and mercy, is the trilateral word within Ar-Rahim. In the same instance, the etymological root sends us back to it meaning womb. Now, I'm not sure if everybody was completely aware of that. Now, brother, what's his name? Polite had a little debate with I think he's with the brother is a Muslim, is brother Polite and the Muslim brother that speak on it. I'm gonna let you guys listen to the video, and it's an extremely intriguing video, but the science that is brought out within it explains to us why Allah has a womb.
Not in that Quran. You ain't gonna find racism in that Quran.
What? You're gonna find chauvinism.
Show me where racism and chauvinism is in the Holy Quran.
A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. What does Rahim mean? What translate that, brother? First of all, translate that.
I seek refuge with Allah from the accursed Satan in the name of Allah, the gracious and merciful.
The what?
The gracious and merciful.
What word are you describing as merciful? Is that Rahim? Rahim, right?
Rahim. Yes, sir.
Does the word Rahim mean womb?
No.
The word doesn't mean Rahim. The trilateral root and out of it RHM. That doesn't allude to womb? Does it not mean womb?
It doesn't mean womb.
Now, what I'm going to ask y'all to do, because this is going to be null and void,
Right.
do your research and put the word womb next to Rahim. And what you're going to find is that now I want you to translate it again, brother. A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. They're seeking refuge in Allah's womb. And any Arabic speaking person, if you say, brother, does Rahim mean womb? They will not be insecure.
Hold on.
Let him go. Hold on. I just asked him to translate it again.
He ain't want to. No.
He ain't want to.
But you
I asked him. One of those words, brother. Listen carefully.
Go ahead.
Listen carefully.
Go ahead.
I only ask you a simple question.
Go ahead.
Does any word in there allude to womb?
No.
None of those words in there allude to womb.
No.
So again, I'm going to ask y'all to do your research. I'm going to ask y'all. Did you find something?
Right there.
Hold on. Put it back. Go back. Go back.
Oh, because it's on the internet, it must be true.
No, I said you saying it must be true. I said look it up.
Right.
I didn't say because I said
do a little bit more than
hold on, brother. Hold on, stop.
You look at Arabic.
Show me where it's at. Rahim.
Let me see.
Rahim.
Scroll down. Let me see. What is it?
RHM. Like I said, it's a trilateral root. Post about Rahman, Rahim, womb. Okay? Now these are all, if you Google it, you're going to see nothing but posts that show you Rahim goes to womb. And if you speak to any Arabic speaking person, I'm talking about a pale Arab, not a black man that's converted to pale Arab religion.
No, hold on. Read from right here.
Okay, the root word Rahmin, from which Rahman and Rahim are derived, literally mean the womb. So Allah has a womb.
Wait. Hold on.
Allah has a womb.
Yeah.
Allah has a womb. Now my problem with Islam, Allah has a womb.
What?
A womb. So my problem with Islam is the black woman is God, and they over here keeping secrets that they pray to a female God.
Give them a
And if you go,
Give them a chance, but like,
and if you go to the word of Allah, prior to Prophet Muhammad's coming, his family was worshiping a female god named Allah. And when you put that, and guess who helped Tahuti with that one? And Tahuti will confirm.
Tadamabuta.
You remember the debate?
That's right.
So listen,
That's right.
I will play like I don't know, because I learned something from my brother Hebrew Israelites.
Right.
When you start messing around with these religious people, they can say what they want on the fly, and then their fans take what they say. So now what I'm going to start doing, when I'm in a discrepancy in a debate on the street, we're going to use our phones so we can confirm the niggas is using the wrong verses. And we're going to confirm when they try to make me out to be a liar by showing me letters. I say, I'm going to humble myself and let this man write the letters as he wants to write them. I'm going to fall back because you can't play around when people start pushing their shit. But what I'm going to do, I'm going to prove my point nonetheless at the end.
There you go.
So now we found out that Allah has a womb. Now, what do we do? Are you going to humble out and say, brother, you know what? I didn't know it alludes to womb. Brother, I didn't know the word has its root in womb. Or are you still going to say, oh, that's Google and you only have 1,000 results?
So,
not in that Quran. You ain't going to find racism in that Quran.
You're going to find chauvinism.
Show me where racism and chauvinism is in the Holy Quran.
A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir.
Quiet. My apologies. So now that we understand, first of all, let me address the fact that we do have the God himself, D Calico, in the building. Peace and love to the brother. Thank you for joining us in the show. We were listening to the little video, so we didn't get a chance to see him in as soon as he came in. But welcome to the show, brother. So now, talking in regards about Allah and how Allah has a womb. Is there anything that anybody wants to add? You want to rebut the information, or maybe you weren't aware of it, or whatever. But it's a way to understand why the concepts that we are front of are there when we're talking about this Kaaba and this cube and this womb that is always being worshipped and prayed upon. Not only that, but why temple has breasts on top of it, and why one of the names of Allah literally alludes to the womb. You know, so what say ye, sis, brothers?
Hey, I would like to be the first to say that because I'm not Muslim or never really even looked into the Quran or any of that. Um, it's it's um it's not it's not appalling to me to understand that they too would be hiding a matriarchal um, history. As far as you saying, like the temples being shaped like nipples, because we know in Western societies that we get the phallic everywhere in Western, as far as like the poles, or what do you call them? I'm trying to think. Iblis,
Oh,
iblis,
the obelisk.
the obelisk.
Right.
Yeah, we see those all over the Americas, and they're Christian related. However, we don't get to see the opposite polarities in the Muslim communities or teachings, and I think it's fascinating. I think it's goes to everything that uh, yin yang should. Yin yang meaning opposite polarities, same pole, different extremities of the pole. This is absolutely wonderful to me, and I'm glad that they do that, because the obelisk is all over the United States, and people who aren't taught to look for the obelisk, all you need to look is on the Christian church.
It's for the
Uh,
obvious.
yes, brother.
Y'all can hear me?
Calico is in the
Y'all hear me?
house.
Yeah,
Yes,
yeah,
yes.
yeah.
I don't know what was wrong with my stuff. I couldn't even. They wouldn't even let me unmute myself. I'm like, damn. Oh, my
We
grand entrance.
understand it's a touchy subject, but yeah, my brother can attest to the fact that the obelisk is all over the Western world. But how many opposite polarities do we see of the obelisk? I would never know that the mosque is in the shape of a nipple, or the matriarch, or the female energy. That's good to know.
When
That they
you pass your local mosque, now
I never knew this.
you go check out every mosque that you pass. I don't care where you're at, in what city, what state, what country for that matter. It will have breasts on top of it.
Hmm. That's reassuring to me. What about you, Sister Salima?
That is not that reassuring. I know how they treat us in the mosque. I grew up under Islam.
Tell 'em, sis.
Well,
no,
tell us then. Well, then tell us.
I
don't.
grew up under Islam, and I can tell you that. I mean, it's the same. It's run by patriarchy. They may be worshiping the womb,
No, no,
but
no, no. They're not aware that they're worshiping the. No, the whole
Right.
concept was.
I understand. But what I'm saying is that it's hard. It's disheartening, because I also love Islam, because I did learn quite a bit under Islam. I think one of the reasons why I'm still alive today is because of the foundation of Islamic upbringing that my parents gave me. I had to return to that in order to survive. So I have no problem with Islam. My problem is, like most women, when religion is ran by patriarchy, uh, the woman suffers under it, no matter what it is.
Facts.
But,
Those are facts.
but yeah, I'm quite aware that Allah is a woman. I learned that a couple of decades ago.
Yeah, so that is the concept that was
But
brought.
it's not alarming that
But
Allah is a
if
woman. It's alarming that,
it is not.
No, it's not alarming.
right? It's not alarming that
No, see
Allah is a
what it
woman.
is.
And the
It's
way the
all.
test bring it is
It's
though.
all.
Go,
Go ahead,
bro.
go ahead, brother.
No, no. See, people get things. People twist it, right? Because it's all like all gods of all these different religions are the same. You feel
Yep.
me? So even in the God of the Bible, just like Allah, like the God of Quran, Allah, God literally has a womb. God literally, El Shaddai, like the multi-breasted one. So you feel me? Like we being protected in the bosom of God and all that. Like people not seeing that God does have these parts, but that don't mean it's not both. Because there's really no such thing as a God without the duality. You feel me? That's what the word do means. Do means duo. You feel me? Same word. So we talking about two. We talking about a duality. No matter what culture we coming from, people might not see it like that. Like the brother was saying, they don't even know that they still honoring the matriarch. You feel me? You feel me? But it's going on whether they like it or not. Because look at the Israelites. They'll say Yah Hawa. Hawa means Eve. So that's the great mother. You feel me? They don't even understand that they're saying Yah and Hawa. Or even just saying Yah, where is the shortening of Hawa. So it's still the exact same thing, man. And Allah and Allah, it's all the same. You feel me? The T and the H
Yeah.
is just like a suffix. Is but the same. It's still the word Allah, regardless. You know what I mean? It's just a duality. Is what I'm saying. There's no God that can be feminine or just masculine. It has to be the two. It has to be, a duality.
Well, I agree with that halfway through, with the exception that God today is known for his ability to create, and a male God can only create physical aspects of things. He can not be attributed the qualities of bringing life. That's I mean, I understand the whole duality thing, but before there was duality, there was the one, there was the whole, and while it was a whole, we still bump into a feminine aspect. We're gonna go deeper into it.
It's
Aside
only if the woman
from,
comes out of nowhere. Does the woman come out of? Is she coming out of thin air?
I'm not
She's
sure.
not coming out of thin air. She's materializing. You feel me? That's why we say mater, meaning mother. You
Right.
feel me? So we're gonna get that matter from her. We get that matter. We get our genetic material from our mother. But it's still a lot of other things that we not necessary. It takes two, baby. You know what I mean? That's the only way I've ever known it.
And it doesn't take two. It doesn't take two. It takes two now, and that's what this whole PowerPoint is about. We
So
will.
negative and positive. Negative and positive. Let's remember that.
Yeah.
It takes
I feel like with religion, especially nowadays, it's more about who wrote the information and what they were trying to do with that information.
Right.
Because you can study the same religion in different parts of the world and get completely different teachings from it.
Oh yeah, but you can't hide the fact that the what you would call it, that the building has breasts on top of it. You can't hide the fact that this is a vagina that is being worshipped right there.
Yeah,
Those
but for most people, right? Most people have never really seen what they consider God. You see what's familiar to you, what's your image, what comes to you, right? So what he could appear to me as a man, he could appear to you as a woman, he could appear to D Calico as half and half. It appears to you based on you and your beliefs in the spirituality. I mean, because really, no one really knows what it looks like. Like,
right.
Yes, you do.
When I think of God, my mom.
Hello.
When I
Yes, you do.
I
You
think of
do know what God looks like.
We know what the God in you looks like.
Yeah,
It's an energy. There is
because the
no.
God you explained, we might not see that.
So
Yeah, we can
you don't see your mama?
feel it.
You don't
It's
see
not.
your mama?
You're not gonna see it.
Sean,
Um,
do you see your mama, Sean?
I see my mom as a strong, powerful human. I don't see her as a God.
No, no. Who brought you out? Who brought you into this world then?
I mean, someone gave her the ability to bring me into
No,
this
no, no, no.
world.
Who gave her the ability?
That's what we're arguing. No one has really seen who
No.
gave
Her mother
women the
gave her the
ability to produce
ability.
kids.
Her mother, her parents gave her the ability.
Okay, so like the Calico said, where does the woman come from? Does she just materialize? Did the Big Bang happen and the woman was just standing there?
In this realm, in this realm that we know today as Earth, I'm gonna show you how this realm requires for a feminine entity to enter through this realm. There is no other way around it. Did she come out? How did she come
Uh,
about? She is the everything. You are. We're gonna discuss it. You are a Mother Earth. That's where you
But
are.
I understand that. But even in the way D Calico explained it, it's a two. So you
It's not a two.
this image, everyone is made in God's image, and He made men and women. So it has to be two, right?
Yeah,
Because you can't tell me that I'm not made in God's image because I'm not a woman.
No, no, that nobody said that no, you're made in God's image because you come from a female mode. We're gonna get into it. We're gonna come and get into it. The division is the duality you're speaking of. Once the whole divides into two, that is the duality that you're speaking of. But before the duality, there was the one mode, the one which derives from your whole entire body. We're gonna get into it.
Okay, I guess because I'm more spiritual than religious. So I guess the part that I'm having a hard time coming with is there was something around before humans, right? There's something that
Yes,
gave
us,
humans.
Homo
There's a reason that we're
sapiens.
here.
energy. That's it.
There's something that came from that too. There's something out there that's not male or female that gets turned into male or female, but it's not male or female.
Yep. Because we all condense sunlight. Like y'all ain't seeing it. Like this is literally energy. We know it's all, positive or negative energy. You need both.
Yeah.
No,
So that I guess that's why I'm getting it because if
if
in
you
order for a woman to exist, there had to be something other. In order for a body to exist and move around, there has to be a soul, which a soul doesn't have a sex. A soul isn't
no such thing as
male or female.
that. Now we're getting into a religious aspect, and I myself don't believe there is such a thing as a soul, because you can't have a soul if you're energy. If you're just energy, then you're just a vibration. You're just that's why what
Well, I
decalico.
mean, the definition of soul would be like it's going to be different for everybody. But if yours was like if you believe energy, the soul is the energy that powers the body. So whatever, and that's why I say religion is based on what you're studying because they all use different words for the same thing.
Right,
But
but
a body has a magnetic pulse. A body has stuff going through it that is not male or female. Your
right,
body is male or female.
the body begins. We just spoke on the fact that the body starts as a female. We did this wasn't me. This ain't the Tazz Show or Yahsinni or Salima saying it. This is what is
I mean,
fact.
I think we're not arguing the fact that the body comes out as a female and then it gets chose to be, but a body is just a hunk of meat, it's just flesh.
Right,
And then there's something in the body, whatever you call it, there's something in the body that gives you conscious thought and that gives you the ability to move and feel.
kind of
That thing that's in the body, it works the same in everybody, regardless of the sex. So that's when you think when I think of
it
a
don't.
God image or a God presence, I'm thinking more of that energy versus
Right,
a
but
woman or a man.
the energy, obviously, from what we heard, does not react the same in both, because that if it did, then us as men, we could go back and say, well, we could use both sides of our brain simultaneously, but we don't. We can't. It's a lack of. So if there's limits to what you could
I
do
don't.
comparison to something else, then the energy is not interacting to the body, the host. It's not interacting with the host in a natural way. There's something going on that's stopping that energy from having full 100% control of the body. It doesn't have it, and that's the aspect
But that would be under the precedence that we are the same, right? You can't judge a dog versus what a cat does. The energy in the dog is going to move completely different than the energy in the cat. The way the dog moves isn't wrong, it's just different.
Well, that's based on the body that it landed on, because the energy that landed on a dog does not come with claws. Where it could climb. The energy that landed on the cat did come into a body that has claws, which gives it the ability to climb. So it's the body that gives you different abilities, but they're both in full control of their bodies. When it comes to us, the people, there is a difference in that concept, and we find it all over nature as well. But
I guess my thing is it's somehow said that men are lacking somehow when this is just how men are, right? If a spirit got in my body and it reacted a certain way to make me a certain way, that's the way I was supposed to be. That doesn't make me less than a woman. That doesn't make me less important. It doesn't make me more important. It makes me a dog and it makes them a cat.
I like to speak on this subject.
Go ahead, sis.
Okay, he's speaking in terms of sex again. But in reality, we're speaking on energy. Like the young brother said earlier, it's not based on sex, it's based on the energy within that body, whether that body is male or female. Is that what you were saying, young blood? And in that case, he was saying that he wasn't aware of the face of God, or that he didn't see God, and that he was missing the point when we were saying that your mother is God, your father. You see what I'm saying? Because when I rise in the morning, I not only say greetings and salutations to the great mother, but I also say greetings and salutations to the great father. Because it's often disturbing to me when I hear Christians say that they have a blood pact with an entity they've never met. And I wonder, how can you have a blood pact with an entity you've never met when the greatest blood pact that you have is the blood running through your veins? That is the great mother and the great father. That's my mother and father. That's their mother and fathers. That's their mother and fathers. You see, that is the source we're tapping into. So when we were asking, do you recognize the face of God? And you kept saying, no, this is why men and women are different. Based on your education, not that you're lacking, based on the education that you received through religion and through the colonial system, you're still saying he as God and as an outside source. And what we as the elders on the panel are saying to you is there is no he God. There is only we. And the source of God is you.
That was like exactly what I was saying. Like I didn't, what you're saying, I said I wasn't saying that. If that's what you got, I wasn't. What I was saying is the actual energy that's in the body isn't male or female. It has nothing to do with sex. The body determines how the energy inside your body works. So if the energy goes into a male body, then you turn out male. If the energy goes into a female body, then it turns out female, but the body brings in sex. The actual entity doesn't have anything to do with the sex of anyone.
But you're making the concept of if the energy goes into a female body and if the energy goes into a male body. That's what I'm trying to get you to understand. There is no male body. The only thing that energy has available is a female body, and that female body decides, depending on what genetic is given, it decides if it's gonna choose to stay a female or if it's gonna evolve and be something different. And that's what
I mean. That's just semantics, because ultimately when a baby is born, you have a sex. So all of that is pre-chosen based off the energy that goes into your mother, or how all religion and how you see the energy is based on your religious beliefs. Everyone is going to see that energy as differently. So saying like what you're saying, I can go find a whole panel of people who believe completely the opposite based on their religion, but it's all the same thing. It's just different words. So regardless if the beginning body is a male or female, when it comes out and it interacts in the world, it's going to have a male experience or it's going to have a female experience regardless.
Right. But the fact still remains that scientifically we know that genetics have discovered that all human embryos start life as females. That's not emotions, that's just factual information.
I mean, no one's arguing that, Taz. Like no one is disagreeing with that statement. No one who has spoken has disagreed with the fact that all bodies come off as male and female, or come off as female, and then it chooses which way it goes. Like that's not the argument.
Right. No, but that's what
the argument was. The God in us is dual sex. The actual energy isn't
just energy.
Sex. Yeah. The actual energy isn't sex.
Hold on. Calico, do you have something to say?
I don't think he's here right now.
He muted out. It was his. He started the conversation.
Yeah, but that's that's a good build. On what we're
extreme,
Calico, I know you heavily believe.
Yeah, we get it. All right, Cal, can you explain a little bit more about what you were talking about?
Believe what?
When you were talking about the dualness, can you explain a little bit? Because I think that's kind of why we're having an outfalling about when we're talking about sex. We're talking about before sex even becomes a part of it. Where I was.
I'm saying Calico don't believe.
Watch this. See.
Calico don't believe.
Yeah. Before
that the
gender,
embryo
or anything,
is a female.
Right? Before gender or anything.
Yeah.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, we can hear you.
We're good.
I don't have to believe. I know it's not.
What's not?
What I'm saying is.
What's not?
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah. I'm saying what's not.
Mic check.
We can hear.
We can hear you.
Is we there? We good?
We good.
Super.
Yeah.
Hey, sister Yahsinni, can you hear me?
Yeah, and I want to know.
Okay. All right.
I want to know for a fact.
Okay. Right. What I'm saying is, we number one, we know that we are electromagnetic beings.
Right.
Sis.
Yeah.
Watch this. Yeah. Watch this real quick. I'm saying you do agree that we're electromagnetic beings, right, Sister Yahsinni?
Absolutely.
Okay. Well, you get no electricity. None. So how are we gonna have that without one another? And that's what's considered masculine. You feel me? That's why I got a point on it. Like, a man has a point on it. You feel me? Well, then you have that's just negative, and there's no positive to add to that to make electricity.
No.
Because that's God.
No.
That's the energy that can't be created nor destroyed.
No.
Yeah.
No, we have to have duality.
Yeah, negative and positive energy, baby.
Yeah, exactly.
That's what I'm saying.
But you don't believe that the
I know it's not.
You don't think that the fetus is the embryo is actually a female first.
No, it's called phenotypically feminine. So that means, like I always explain, like a mannequin in the store. All mannequins, whether male or female, if you take their clothes off, they're phenotypically feminine because they have nothing down there. Nothing. Zero.
That's not true though.
They have no. Embryo has nothing. They don't have any. But they don't have a vagina. They don't have a
But
penis.
no, that's not true, because the breasts are there to all the time. We're gonna get into that as well. The breasts are always there, and breasts are feminine. The body itself is a feminine entity from the
Phenotypically, it's
no, not,
phenotypically feminine. It look,
it's
look
What
feminine.
does
Yeah, because
that
we got
mean?
nipples. We got nipples too.
right. And
Yeah, that don't mean be feminine.
you have no use for them, because
Right.
they
Yeah.
are part of a feminine
What are your nipples good for,
And
Sean?
a woman with
But
no
that means they're not
breast
feminine if
tissue.
men have them too. They're just different for us than they
No,
are for you.
body.
no. You're gonna understand
You
that.
have the genetic material to grow those and be
Yes.
able to nurture a child.
But what he's saying is when a sperm doesn't have a sex, an egg doesn't have a sex. Like it has to grow organs. A sperm doesn't have a vagina or a penis. An egg doesn't have a vagina or a penis. Those parts
Right.
have to be
We're talking
grown.
That's not true, bro.
the embryo is is how you start off. When you
Right.
start off, your body starts off as a female.
But it's the embryo is just a cell. Like it doesn't have a penis, it doesn't have a vagina. What we think of as male and female is a human concept. There is no male and female when it comes to atoms. When it comes to embryos, the embryo is the embryo. Like it's its own thing. It's not a human yet. It doesn't have a heart. It doesn't have lungs. It's not living yet. It's living off someone else's body and their energy.
Sean, that's so not true.
Yeah, no. We're gonna have to.
So you're saying the embryo comes out with a vagina
We'll be able to understand
and a heart and all that.
a lot of the
Yeah.
information once
Yeah.
later in the what you
And we go prove it. This is scientific we're dealing with. We're dealing with science.
right. So we're gonna continue just to what you were
Yeah,
gonna.
let's step through it. Let's step through it. It's my turn to read.
Go ahead, sis.
All right. So Turkey's great mother in the six in
Sis,
the
one second,
1960s.
sis. My apologies. I see Charbay in the
Let her in. I invited her.
right. No, but she's not connected all the way, so it's not allowing me to let her in.
She's
So
gonna
if you
figure
could,
it out.
yeah,
She's gonna figure it out.
if you could tell her, through Messenger or whatever, that she has to leave and come back in, because it says her device is not connected, so I can't even allow her in. Just so you know, but go ahead, read. Says my apologies.
Okay, I just hit Charbay up, and yeah, I'd be glad to read. So Turkey's great mother in the 1960s, an archaeologist called Mellart led a team to excavate a site in Turkey. The site turned out to be the oldest city ever discovered there. The city was full of feminine imagery to the degree that Mellart was forced to say that the people worshiped an ancient great mother. It was so unsettling that the site was closed down for 30 years and ignored due to the implication. So, occupied for some 2,000 years, the layers of history archaeologists have uncovered reveal that the impact of the discovery and development of agriculture and the domestication of animals on human society. And so you look at the pics to the left, look at it.
I mean, that's somewhere in Turkey. Like Troy worship golden bulls.
No,
Like
you're gonna
there's a
find
bunch of
that all
different
over the world.
versions of
All the
gods
great
that are
mothers.
worshipped all over the world. I mean,
Oh,
that's
yeah,
cool, but
all over the
have you
world.
ever actually been to Turkey?
No, hell no.
Are any
Why,
of your
why would you have
ancestors
to
from
know?
Turkey?
No, but we are. But
Yes,
Because I
our
mean,
ancestors come from Turkey.
we're jumping around from different religions, making
No, we're
making
not. No, we're not, Sean.
making connections. We're making connections. This is not a saying, oh, because it's happening in Turkey. No,
but it's
No,
based on
we're showing all over the
it's
world the great mother.
religion is something different to everybody. So you're jumping
No, we're not
around
talking
in
religion
different
then.
places with different
Then we won't be
religions.
talking
Like
religion.
not
if that society worshiped women, that's cool. But then there's probably another society that worship bats. And there's another society that worship men. And there's another society that worship toes. Like it's all semantics.
Bats, really, Sean?
about the
Bats?
roots. We're talking about the roots of what
Yeah.
was being honored, What was
In
being
Turkey.
not on Turkey? We're gonna talk. Turkey's the first one that is being presented. We have
But okay, so I guess what I'm saying is you're trying to say that since there was society, there were different societies around the world that worshiped women, that all societies worshiped women.
No.
Because
yeah,
that's
yes,
so
yes.
so then it's semantics because
No,
all societies haven't worshiped women. All societies have their own view of what Christianity over here is Jesus is blonde with white eyes and stuff. But then if you go to a Jesus somewhere else, if you go to any other religion based on where you find that religion, there's going to be quirks and stuff that supports that area. So yes, of course, if you go and find religions that worship women, then it's going to say stuff like, oh, the first person is women and blah, blah. But I can go find a completely different religion, a completely different shot, and make a completely different PowerPoint that says people are searching the same thing about men.
Right, but you cannot find one that predates the one that is being presented.
In Turkey.
Then nowhere.
No. Most people who are born somewhere never leave there. If you were born in Turkey, you die in Turkey 9 times out of 10. Back then, there weren't any ships, there weren't any airplanes. People didn't travel. Like religions stayed to their continent. The Turkey religions in Turkey didn't make it to the United States. It didn't make it to Africa. Like it didn't make it that far. There was no way of making it like that.
Africa was matriarchal as well.
It was this
the oldest form of religion.
I'm not saying that it wasn't. I'm saying that you're picking religions that make your point when there are also going to be religions that go against it, right? Because religion is based on what you believe.
No, but
can I speak on this? Can I speak on this?
Please, mother.
Go ahead.
Okay, I hear what the young brother is saying, but you're right. We are going to pick out religions that go to our point. That is the point, that this is the return of the matriarch. So of course we're going to pick out religions throughout the world that have practiced these things.
Right. I don't call them.
And the point of us pointing this out is because we are already aware of all the other religions of men, of patriarch of men in control of religions, or all these other dogmas. We are already aware of them. We want to make the point of this PowerPoint is to make people aware of that the women were also worshipped and that it was hidden behind patriarch worship.
Hey, can I add, right?
I'm not saying that that's not true, but what I'm saying is different cultures have different names for what they worship. So picking a culture from Turkey, a culture in Russia is going to have a completely different religion, right?
But if you go to the oldest Russian culture, you're gonna find a feminine aspect that was leading the way. That's what I'm trying to get to. The point that no matter where you go, yeah, you're gonna find different types. But if you look into the roots, into the into the etymology of what they were doing to begin with, no matter on what part of the world, it always starts with a feminine entity.
Well, I guess because I'm thinking in like in like practicality of like real world applications. Majority of the stuff that we're talking about, how true and how I mean, I guess you can let people know, but it's not going to alter or change or help anyone.
Well, it definitely, if it don't come out, it definitely not gonna help women.
I mean, even if it comes out, those people are gone. That's not coming back.
What do you mean,
so,
those people?
What do you mean, those people?
Hey, brother,
the people from 2,000 years ago, in 1960, the people who are depictions of those. How many people are still worshiping the Great Mother?
A lot.
A lot, or like 10% of the population, 5% of the population.
I would say, but it's very
3% of the population.
Right, but
hey, brother, hey, can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Hey, because I'm saying, like, any religion, man, every religion has this.
Culture,
it's really just a cult. You know what I'm saying? Like, pick a religion, any religion. It would have to be modern as hell tonight.
I can't hear the bubble.
Yeah, I can't. He keeps on cutting off and saying he every time he starts speaking. I don't know if it's his connection or his mic.
Right, right.
What it is.
Let me pick up what he's leaving off then, like
Right.
Sean.
But let's move on to the next one just out of the so we could keep building.
Can I speak to what the young blood said earlier when
Yes,
he said, who's worshiping this?
yes.
Go ahead,
Because
sis.
he asked that question. And the point is that we don't want to be worshiped. I understand that in my facility as the goddess, I don't want to be worshipped. What I want is my people to rematriate back to the Great Mother. See, patriarchy has taught us to repatriate back to a government, repatriate back to a landmass, repatriate to some religion. But I want you to rematriate back to the Great Mother. You see, and that's the esoteric knowledge that we're looking for and needing. That we've gotten as far as patriarchy is going to take us, and that's led us to division. Matriarchy wants us to rematriate back to the Great Mother, back to ourselves.
I feel like that's fine, but it's still probably like less than 5% of the population who even knows about this. So the hardest thing to do is to change someone's belief system or change their religion. So what are the practical applications? Because the PowerPoint is cool, but the PowerPoint isn't going to convert anyone's religion. Like people are stuck in their religions. Like if you worship the Great Mother, then that's who you worship. If you worship white Jesus, that's who you worship. Whoever you worship that person. Like that's why I say religion is based on what that person worships, what they see. Right? It could be what 500 million people in the world that worship the Great Mother, but then it's going to be another 2 or 3 billion that have never heard of her who
What I think
they worship God.
You know what I think, Sean? I think the fact that maybe you're grasping the concept as the Great Mother as a deity, but when we're talking about this matriarchal concept, this Great Mother is speaking about your mom. The God you're looking for is your mom. That's where that's where life began. When it comes to you, when it comes to Yahsinni, when it comes to Salima, when it comes to me, we came from our mama. The first throne that we sat on as men was our mama's lap, and I'm gonna prove that to later on. But I think that's the
I
concept.
understand what you guys are saying. I don't think you're understanding what I'm coming from. I understand that, but I also understand religion means something different to everybody. What you may see as a throne, I might not see as a throne. So you can tell me all day long that this is a throne, but if it's not a throne to me, then it's wasted words. It's what I'm trying to say. Everybody has their own religion. So picking specific religions to make points when there's going to be a bunch of different religions. Like for me, my God image is within, and it doesn't have a sex. It's not male or female. It's electricity. It's energy, right? So I'm not saying that I didn't come from a female because I came from my mom. I do understand this, and my mom is a woman, and she's a strong Black woman, and I love my mom. However, my religion does not allow me to put people up as gods who are regular people who bleed and die. It doesn't allow me to do that. Now, the energy within my mom that she put within me that doesn't have a sex, that doesn't have a penis, it doesn't have a vagina, that energy is God. The Bible says the temple of God is within you. That energy, it doesn't have a sex, and it's called and it's worshiped by different names. It takes different images. Different people worship that energy and call it different things, but it's all the same energy. It's just in a different place, talked about in a different way.
Right, but when it's being presented to us today, is being presented how? As a man, right?
It depends on what religion you go toward. People who are worshiping the Great Mother aren't getting presented
One
as
place.
a man.
Mention
People
one,
who are in Christianity get presented as a
brother,
man.
one place. Mention one place though. Mention one place that's
I don't.
venerating your mother.
I don't. I grew up in Christianity,
Anywhere.
and then I started. I don't study other religions. The only religion I can really speak on is Christianity. I grew up in Christianity. My fathers, both of my grandfathers were pastors. I grew up deep in Christianity. But when I started reading the book logically and I took religion out of the Bible and started reading it as a book, it came with different meanings. It came with different stuff that it was a completely different understanding of the book. It's not necessarily a religious book. It's more as
Sean, did you read the book?
Yes. I've read ours. I haven't read the one from overseas because they took a lot of stuff out of our Bible, a lot of books out of our Bible and gave it to us. And even with the aspect of religion, Christianity was forced on Black people. That wasn't what we grew up being on. That was forced on us. Why would slave masters who own you and beat you and hang you for reading, why would they share their God with you unless there was something else there, unless the text had been changed, unless things had been altered to make you think and feel and move a certain way? The more I get to know about this world and this life, there's always an agenda. This entire world is about someone trying to impose their will on you, whether you know or you don't. You're either getting someone's will imposed on you or you're imposing your will on someone else.
I think that's true. That's true, but I don't think bringing your mother into an aspect of the reason of your existence. I don't think that's
But Sean, surely
out of place thought or something illogical.
No, I think something gave my mom the power to give life. My mom is an incubator for life. Women are an incubator for a greater power. There is a spark. Life starts as energy. It doesn't start as an embryo. It starts as energy.
Right. Correct.
So that energy, women today, you can't snap your fingers and make a spark. Like, you can't make energy out of your hand. Energy has to come from somewhere. It doesn't just appear. So there's something giving you that energy and that spark to put into that kid to make it a child.
Right. And we're gonna
that energy, that spark is called God. It's called different things in different religions, but it's all the same thing.
Do you know? But you do know that spark, women do have it within them to be able to. That's what this whole thing.
I mean, men do too. Women give it to men. Once you come out of your mom's, you come out alive. You come out with that spark.
Right, but that's all the male does is create the spark. There is no legacy, no genetic coding that goes into the all. It's just an alchemical.
So when I look really, 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 really close to looking just like my dad. So you mean to tell me that I got my dad's face only from my mom?
No. I'm saying that 90% of your face is from your mom.
My mom is like 5'3". She's short. I'm like 6'7". Like I have very few traits of my mom in myself. I have an overwhelming amount of my dad.
That means that you got the tall gene from your dad. But
I look overwhelmingly like my dad. Like you can see features of my mom, but if you put me next to a picture of my dad, you will automatically be like, yo, that's his son.
You just said it.
I don't agree. I don't agree with that.
You just said it.
I think you look just exactly like your mama.
That's because it fits your point. But if we went out in public and walked up to two different people who didn't know us, and one person I approached with my mom and one person I approached with my dad, they would be like, yo, that's your son.
No, I think
your mom's down, Sean.
So you don't look nothing like your mama then.
I look like both, but you're basically saying like men and women both have their part in the picture. Right? Men have their part, women have their part. No babies are being born, even though you say they can be born without sperm. No women possess the ability in today's day and age to have a baby without having the life of sperm put into them first. So everybody has
That's a
their
lie.
own role to play in it.
Brother. That is a lie.
In 2022, there are women that are having kids without babies.
In 2022, yes. Do you know that in the world, see, this is why I want to keep going with the PowerPoint, because you're bringing up stuff that is already in the PowerPoint. Do you know that 2.5% of all birth given worldwide are represented as virgin births, where they can't figure out no male DNA within the baby?
So 2.5 unexplainable births that are unexplainable, that
Worldwide.
can't be explained, right? There, you haven't. If it can't be explained, it can't be explained, right? So now you can take it and use it for what you want to use it for, but if it can't be explained, it can't be explained.
Right. No, I didn't say it can't be explained. I said it can't be explained why they don't have no male genetics within them. And they are an exact replica of the mama.
And even with that, that's an insignificant. No. I mean, 2%.
So wait, no, we're gonna keep going with the PowerPoint, because we're talking about information that's within the PowerPoint, and we're not addressing it. So we're gonna go. I'm gonna go into the birth of humanity. We're gonna go and and just tackle each slide for a certain amount of time, because we're going into concepts that the PowerPoint is gonna break down. In thoroughly, but we're not getting to those parts because we're just throwing random thoughts here and there or whatever. So we're gonna try to get it with as much as everything. So birth of humanity. You read the last time, sis?
No, let me read.
Go ahead.
It doesn't matter. Listen, the birth of humanity. So in the beginning, there was the melanated woman, and she gave birth to all of humanity. During this age, you better don't ask, the golden age, no man existed within the realm that we know today as Mother Earth. So from the cosmic womb emerged everything that existed, will exist, and that which existed in our past. So our bloodline has been scientifically proven to come from your mother and not from your father. Throughout this PowerPoint, we will prove the irrefutable fact which birthed all into existence, the divine feminine. And yeah, I could have put that better than that.
So we're gonna look into the bloodlines and how the genetic material that composes you, regardless of what your features are like and what you're looking like, that just means that the prevalent part of your features came from your father, but your genetic material, 90% of it came from your mama. Regardless of if you're a woman, then it's higher than that. But whatever genetic material was passed on during the process of the incubation of the fertilization of the egg and all that stuff, it was the mitochondrial DNA that was passed down, and nothing that was passed down from your father. That is just, again, another matriarchal way of showing that that something occurred when it didn't, or that something existed but it didn't. And we're going to look into it. So the golden age, in every culture worldwide, a legend exists of an ancient golden age where people lived in peace and prosperity. This is known as the first stage, which was that of innocence and happiness. Truth and right prevail, though not enforced by law, because law needs to only be enforced once you have man around. And so truth and right prevail, though not enforced by law, nor was there any magistrate to threaten or punish. The forest had not yet been robbed of its trees to furnish timbers for vessels, nor had men built fortifications around the towns. There was no such thing as swords, spears, or helmets. The earth brought forth all things necessary for all living things. Without their labor in plowing or sowing, perpetual spring reigned. During the golden ages, everything was that we see today as, but who went to go get this? Who built the house? Earth provided everything. There was no need to get no food nowhere, because you walked around and just grasped at trees. But man, us as men, we have to take responsibility for this as men. Us as men said, fuck those trees. I need a house, and I want to build a house because I'm a builder. I'm a man. So I need to bring forth a new creation because everything's here is built by a woman. Why can't I have my own shit? So now you have to build a house. And it's true, you did build that house, but that house will never be a home until your mama make it a home. Is your mama the one that's going to turn that house into a home? Other than that, it's just a bunch of dead tree that you put up just so you could have a safe haven from the destruction that you caused to begin with. The reason why there's so much inclement weather now is because the forest is gone. Everything's out of balance. There is no real trees in the world. Mother Earth was literally plowed and destroyed. You want to get a concept of it? Go see the movie Avatar. It's not far from truth. It's not far at all from truth. There was no need for somebody to go get the water. Y'all know that I'm already coming with the PowerPoint, the science of water, and I'm gonna explain to you how drinking water. I've been saying it for years. Drinking water is not natural to us. There was no need for the man to go get the jugs out the river. There was no need for you to live at close to a river or a fountain of water because you didn't need water. You didn't need none of that because all your nutrients came from the fruit-bearing trees that were all over the place. But now you can't do none of that shit. You can't do none of that shit. So yes, I understand the whole concept of the man built everything today, and that is 100% fact. A man built everything that exists today, but everything that exists today is not natural to this world. It's not what we started at. It's not where we was at. We need now. That is what you call problem, reaction, and solution. That is a European concept. We're going to create a problem. All right, we're going to create a problem. We're going to see the reaction of everybody going crazy because of it. And then we're going to offer the solution. We're going to cut off all the trees. We're going to let the world come to a complete collapse. And then us as men are going to say, oh, I'm going to build you a house to protect you from the elements that never were attacking you to begin with. But because we destroyed everything, now it's attacking us.
Hey, Taz, who do you think invented goddamn circumcision, men or women?
I wouldn't.
I would say the damn woman.
I wouldn't know. I mean,
now throw some logic.
It's true.
Now roll the bowling pin. Which one you think?
I'm not gonna debate it because that you're probably right.
No, damn well, men ain't come over with that thought. A lot of things, like y'all said.
I agree with you though.
I'm saying y'all said everything was matriarchal, so we got to blame the woman then for a lot of things.
But so you're saying that we've been practicing cutting off the skin from a boy's penis since the beginning?
It was pretty to the woman. It was
since
pretty
the beginning of time.
Not the beginning of time, but whenever it was, she created.
That means that it's a concept that exists today because
they probably did it to their own baby boys.
So you're saying that back in the days when we were full of trees and there was no need for nothing, that women were going around chopping off men's fucking penis just because.
Bro, they doing wilder stuff than that. Like
now,
I like to speak on that topic.
America, I'm talking about indigenous cultures.
I'd like to speak on that topic.
Go ahead, sis.
That is not true. The woman in her natural state would never mutilate her son. Me in my natural state would never mutilate my son. That is from the beast. That is from the beast. See, that is part of his plan to make us divisive, to keep the divide between us. Why would the matriarch mutilate her complement? Unless she is uneducated, miseducated, and within a system that has control over her religious beliefs and her educational beliefs and over her physical body. So why would the matriarch in her natural state do that when we know that the matriarch in this state, in this unnatural 3D state, does that? And that had we known better, like you say, as you know better, you do better.
Hey, sister.
So why would I introduce that? Of course, that's something introduced by the beast.
So why do women put all those rings around their neck? Like, I mean, with they 40?
I'm not part of that culture. I cannot speak on that culture.
We do the same thing about circumcision unless you're a part of that culture. If you're a part of that culture, speak on it.
I spoke on circumcision the best that I could. I cannot speak around rings on the neck.
Is circumcision a part of your culture?
Yes, it is. And I just spoke on it.
What kind of culture is that? That is a horrendous culture. I just want to know the name of it.
That's colonialism.
Oh, yeah, I'm not with that. I'm not with the
colonialism. Right, and I'm not a part of colonialism. I'm stating a fact that the matriarch in this 3D system, uneducated, miseducated, controlled by outside forces, is practicing an unnatural act against her male child. But due to those circumstances, which I previously listed, not in my natural state would I practice circumcision on my male child, on the love of my life. That don't make sense.
I feel like that's you, but a lot of women is out here. A lot of women don't have the same beliefs and structure and morals that you do. Majority of them don't. It's a widely
but you have to
small percentage
understand,
of
with
women.
my oldest sons, I did make the mistake of having them circumcised because I was educated within the system, which is why I'm speaking on that. But having known better and having the ability to still have children, because I have a 33-year-old, but I also have a 7-year-old, I'm still quite fertile. I know not to make those mistakes. As I've had more children, I do better with the younger children. Unfortunately, that's just the way it is. But in my natural state as I am now, I'm not going to never do what I did to my older children because I didn't know better. I was raised within the system.
Most women are.
As most men. So we have to, at some point, we got to stop pointing our fingers and saying, oh, it's all your fault. Yeah, we could point the finger at the man. We could point the finger at the women. But when are we going to sit down and say, hey, we know better. It's time to start doing better.
But y'all,
the women are the carrier of the culture. You teach us. You teach us. You teach us. You train your sons. You train your daughters. You teach your sons how to treat women. You teach your daughters how to treat men.
We don't. No, we don't. No, we don't. If you have a TV in your home, the beast is teaching your children. If you have a TV, if you have a computer, if you have a tablet, the beast is teaching your children. You are not teaching them shit. If you send them in the public school, you are not teaching them shit.
Choice,
now, if you like me and your kids is at home under you like me, and there is no TV in my home, I do have a DVD player which comes out as a treat when certain things, criteria are met.
Is you're equating what we're saying to yourself, and we've already established you are a unicorn. Like you are a
I want you to establish that all women are unicorns, and it's time for you to stop pointing your finger. Learn this lesson so that we can uplift the whole nation.
And the conversation that is coming from you, I've never had, and I've been dating women and talking to women on an intellectual level for a very long time. So it's not like I would love to have women who think like you and surround myself by them, but it's not a lot of them out here.
No matter what you say.
Every person in general is unique, but from a biological mating standpoint, every person is the same. I come with the same parts that D Calico come with. You come with the same parts that Denise come with. Like we all. It's not a lot of women like you. There's not a lot of women who think like you. It's not a lot of women who move like you. I think that is very commendable. I think that is a great way of raising your kids. Like that is like the shit. Crazy. There's flowers. Like I'm trying to get. I feel like that is the shit.
Well, but that's not easy. Like I said, I made a lot of mistakes. I had to stumble. I had to hurt my children at some point. I had to hurt my family until I had to re-educate myself. This knowledge takes time. This is just not me stepping out here like, oh, I was born like this. Hell no. Like I always say, like we've all discussed, we all came up through the system. This is just us getting the system, this bullshit out of our system and gaining this new knowledge. Because getting to even talk to you is like, whoa, this is where these brothers are really coming from. Now we have a base, a foundation where we can build. So I love this. I love that we get to build like this.
Because like if I was dating someone and they were talking like you, they would get a completely different version of me than someone else.
Exactly.
Knowledge, it demands stuff. It demands a certain level of respect. And if you can't demand that level of respect, you don't just get it. And I feel like that's saying that women, in a sense, deserve a certain amount. And if I see a woman getting abused on the street, if I see somebody like smacking their girl in front of me, I'm going to stop it. But in another sense, if my girl is slapping me in front of some women, how many women are actually going to step up and be like, yo, stop hitting him? He can't hit you, so I'm going to hit you.
I would. You don't have the right. We can't raise our men not to hit the women and then allow them to abuse the man. Honey, get yourself together. Get it together, sister girl. We can't do that. Because I got giants. Mm-hmm. I can't allow women to, and luckily they're mild-mannered men. So they've never done that. But I've had to step to a few women and step in front of my son so that they wouldn't cross that line. So this is building, baby. This is straight building. Yeah, I would say get yourself together, because girl, what can you do? What can she really do with you?
Yeah,
you're basically dealing with somebody, like you say, she don't have control of her emotions, and she don't have control of her logic. Her logic has flown out the window. You see what I'm saying? So yeah, that's the part that we need. And that's what I was saying, as a homeschooler, we need to change the whole educational base of how we're raising our sons and daughters, so that we have more of a even keel of understanding each other. Mm-hmm. See, white people are the ones that created that book that say men come from Mars and women come from Venus. No, look, listen. That's that separation mechanism tool. And I'm just here to say all of this stuff is just divisive. And what the patriarch Baba Tazz is bringing up is that, listen, this information is just to be absorbed, so later we can utilize it to improve ourselves. And then we're going to let this shit go and go to the next level. We're going to send it to the next level.
Most definitely.
All right, so my upbringing, I'm a big guy, so I was raised kind of like that. I was raised never to put my hands on females pretty much under any circumstance. But then I would see often the women around me putting their hands on their men. And this happened often.
Because they won't leave.
Like but regardless to if you're a lead or not, I shouldn't put my hand on my woman because I feel some type of way about her.
That's that's a two-way street that has been going on through our people for the longest. Let me tell you something. You have to understand slavery, first of all. And slavery is somebody who has someone else for a master. And when that slave can't hurt that master or defeat that master, what do? They turn on the next smallest person. And if the man is the first slave, the woman is the second slave. And now she can't defeat that man who's hurting her. So what does she do? Now she's abusing her child. You see what I'm saying? They've given us levels of abuse, self-abuse, self-doubt, all of this. And so this is us giving ourselves the tools, because women, we often find ourselves talking to brick walls. We often say talking to men is like talking to brick walls. And the women often want to react like a mother would, like, let me whoop some sense into this man. Like, what is going on? Like, we don't understand. We have to back off. We are literally dealing with a being who cannot communicate with you, who cannot understand you. And you have to leave the situation. And that's where hands are being brought on, just like when men do that to women. You see what I'm saying? Because I've been physically abused, and the men be like, what the hell is going on? Why don't you understand me? I do understand you. I'm saying I don't give a fuck. Or I'm saying whatever it is. You see what I'm saying? But when we change that dynamic of how we're educating from the C on down, now we have a different respect for each other. Now we have a different understanding for each other as men and women. And that's what this build is about. It's not about me taking control of you, putting my foot. It's about me saying, young brother, I'm going in this direction. And this direction is going to lead you, me, and our seed to a better world, to a better place. And I'm going to go that way whether you come or not. And that's what the return of the matriarch is. We're going to go that way whether you follow, whether the patriarch follows or not. Just like the patriarch decided to go that way, whether we followed or not, and y'all use these initiatives to force us to go that way into patriarchy. The matriarch is, we're going to go our own way. But guess what? We won't have to put our foot on our necks. Why? Because we hold the universe in our womb.
Hey,
I won't have to put my foot on your neck. You're going to say, where is that pussy going? And I'm going to say, I'm going this way because I found a better way. I know a better way. And I want you to join me when I go this way. And I won't have to force you. You're going to come that way without me using any force on you, without me harming you, without me browbeating you, or any of the things that women have been accused of. To getting in to come along, because now I'm doing it harmoniously. Now I'm doing it peacefully. Because now I'm not arguing with you, bro. I'm just going this way because guess what? The great mother and the great father said, matriarch, it's time for you to return. You can't argue with the patriarch. You can't make him do this. You can't make him do that. Get your ass up, get your shit, and get to step in the way I said. And that's all we could do. That's what the rise of the matriarch means.
Oh shit!
I feel like that.
See,
that was
I
a
am the
beautiful
law.
speech.
But guess
That
what? You as my knight, because you're more than a man.
That's not going to work. No one's going to follow that. That was a beautiful
You ain't
speech.
got to.
But
You
niggas,
don't have
niggas
to.
is
You
not
stay
finna
in
follow
3D.
you.
You
They
stay
are
in
most
3D, baby.
most
You
of the
stay
men
in
are.
3D because I'm moving to the fifth dimension.
Most of the men are.
Matriarchs are moving to the fifth dimension. And anybody that ain't following staying in 3D,
as a
you ain't got
man,
to follow me.
Tazz,
hold on. Can we we the brother Calico been trying to jump in for a while. Can we allow the brother to have the mic for a little bit and before it gets any more explosive than it already is? I love the interaction and the build between Sean and the Empress Salima, but we got to pass the mic around. So brother Calico was trying to say something. Go ahead.
Appreciate that, brother. Hey, I just wanted to add, man. To me, it's just like when people talk about, oh, religion this, religion that. That's what we're going through right now. Religion this, religion that. You know, so I try to point out the fact is that the black church is not that Catholic shit y'all keep acting like y'all could smear on us. We not them people. So the same thing going patriarchal minded, all y'all stop it. Y'all know good and well that God of a black man and goddess of a black woman, man, that is not how we operate. You know what I'm saying? Now, like you said, at our fallen state or our colonized state, our minds like, yeah, we can be anything a person programmed, but that is not what we are, especially not our elders. I ain't even got to say ancestors. Our elders were not like that. You feel me? It's just starting to seep into our communities through the drugs and stuff. But let's not, paint the picture that that's us. We are not this patriarchal people. And, even if we are considered matriarchal, man, we got enough sense to know that, men have enough genius to add to any equation. So I'm sure just like every mother loves her son, men would always be revered.
Yeah, I'm not so sure about that.
It has to be. Every woman loves their son. Y'all love your son more than your daughter. Why you don't love your daughters more than your son? You don't.
However, there's
no woman.
I feel like that's the problem, because the love that a mother gives her son, a man will never feel that ever again from any woman.
Any woman other than his mother.
Damn,
than his mother. Even his wife, and the mother of his child would not love him that way. But he'll watch them love his son that way. He'll watch him love his daughter that way. But he will never be capable of getting that unconditional love from a woman that he takes care of and does what he has to for.
Because he hasn't been trained.
Sean, that's deep as fuck, bro. But
because he hasn't been trained. Deeper that.
There you go with the training, sis.
Men don't get loved unconditionally.
I'm not.
Men don't get training.
Men are loved on condition that they provide something to a woman. We don't get loved unconditionally by anybody except for our mother.
Yeah, so
that's
Sean,
wife, that's girlfriend, that's everybody.
What I was gonna ask you, Sean, is that so the what you're saying is that we are in it's like when you first get high and you love that shit and you're still searching for that first high, but you never find it. No matter what other shit you try, you'll never find that first high. So technically speaking, we're searching for that experience that we had with our mothers, and from women out, we're not gonna find it.
Most men are looking for their mothers, and most women that grow up with fathers are looking for a version of their dad. That was your role model growing up. So a woman can get unconditional love from a man. A man can't get that from a woman. She won't give that to him. You could take care of a woman for 5 or 6 years, but if you become inadequate for like a year or two, you finna have serious problems. She might not leave you, but if you become lazy, or you stop making money, or you stop having a lust for life, or whatever she deems that was attractive to you, if you lose that, then your relationship is going to start to suffer.
That's so not true.
You will stay with a man who lost the thing that made you attractive to him.
Not lost the thing, but help him get back the thing.
No, what if he can't?
I wouldn't speak an absolute.
What if he can't?
You can't.
I wouldn't speak an absolute.
I mean, but literally, there's a side, yes, but what if he can't?
No, he can. Is what I'm saying.
If he get trained.
Yes.
So if your man falls on financial times and he loses your house, he loses your car, you have the financial capability to make him make more money?
No, I don't have the financial.
You have the mental capability to make him make better decisions?
No.
That's anger.
I have the financial capability to hold him down or not, based on how he's went with his training.
But there's a time limit.
To be a good nigga.
Ain't nobody got time for that. Ain't nobody got time for that. Ain't nobody got time. Ain't nobody got time. Ain't nobody got time for that.
Ain't nobody got time for that training.
Denise,
yeah.
If you help him get on his feet, there's going to be a time limit. If it takes him 3-4 years to get on his feet, you will leave him.
No,
you're not going to take care of a grown man for 5 years.
Yes, I am.
I mean, well, you're 1 in a million. You're 1 in a million, because most females, that's a hard turnoff. Females look for provisioning, and
Taz know that, and Calico know that. And why y'all sitting here playing like a woman wouldn't do that for a nigga?
No, but we're not saying a woman wouldn't.
Women don't want to. We're not saying they won't.
No,
it's not worth it.
Yes, they do.
Just
you want to take care of a man financially? Y'all want to financially take care of a man?
Oprah is not going to be worth it. I promise you. Oprah going to goddamn.
That's a question.
Simon won't. He still won't marry Oprah.
So y'all want a man that y'all have to financially take care of?
No, we want a man that we can equally take care of.
No, you heard that? No, she said no.
You can't equally. Women and men are different. Men need taken care of in different ways. What he offers you is going to be different from what you offer him.
That is not. Listen.
Men don't want security in females. The amount of money that you make to a nigga who makes money, they're not going to care. They want other stuff.
We understand that. Yeah. And I'm not talking about fight. What Denise was saying was that there are women out here who have the capability. There are at times when men fall off to take care of their man. And I'm just saying that they do. I'm aware. I'm a woman. I have enough female friends out here to know I'm watching my girlfriends and their husbands take care of their husbands and their boyfriends. So I don't know what reality you live in, young man, but they've been out here bumping like that.
I didn't disagree with that. I said there's a time limit, right?
No, it's not. No,
You're going to take
There's
care
a
of
time
him
limit for
under
women and men too.
you're going to take care of him under the exception that he's working towards getting better and getting back on his feet. If he's not working towards that, you're not going to continue to take care of a grown man that doesn't want to do anything.
What if he is working? Why would a man not be working towards that?
If
a woman is sitting there,
if I'm a man and I'm taking care of my woman and she loses her job and she doesn't want to work anymore, she doesn't have to. It's not gonna ruin my attraction for her. I'm not gonna start feeling some type of way about her because I can take care of her. As a woman, if your man is bringing a certain type of financial security to the relationship and he loses that, you're not going to feel comfortable taking care of him for the rest of your relationship. You might do it for a time period.
on this? Any man who agrees with you is wrong, and they don't have a real woman.
So,
can I speak on this?
Are y'all saying the brother Sean never right?
No,
basically,
I'm telling
men's standards are wrong. What a man says is always wrong.
No,
he's never right.
All the men are going to agree with me. Even your man agrees with me.
I would like to, but check this out. No, you're not gonna fucking shut me out or be mute my motherfucking mic. Check this out.
I muted your mic.
I know, and I'm talking to you. Listen,
because Salima was talking. You're talking.
No. I was saying this was my question first. If my man, say, has hip surgery with you in Calico, no, that was the problem. Okay, you can't work if your motherfucking hip don't work. If you got to get another hip replacement after that, that shit don't work. That compounds into some shit. Am I leaving you for that? No. Will a woman leave you for that? Hell, the fuck yeah. If she's not a real woman, if she's not investing into you, if she don't, you've been treating her wrong, you've been treating her bad. But yeah, I'm into that. My man has a hip replacement. One of them. Both have to be replaced. I'm standing in there. If it means, okay, you can't go to work, nigga, and we have to switch up shit and do it like this and do it like that, then I'm doing that. I'm not just saying, oh, no, fuck you. Yeah. So,
I mean,
that's good for you, Denise. I will.
You're a real one, baby. You're a real one.
Right.
That's good for you, bro. Most women ain't standing on that. Most women ain't standing on that.
The women that you have are not real ones. The women I'm talking to you about, it's like
Denise, I've been telling you from the jump, this is a completely different society. Like what y'all are speaking on it don't exist no more.
I wanted to add to that too.
Why do y'all take up for all women?
Both of y'all are older and in relationships. Y'all not out here. Y'all not dating. Y'all not dealing with the stuff that the men and the women of today.
You don't even watch TV, so y'all don't even know what the young people up to.
Excuse me, can I speak on this, please? First of all, I am not in a relationship. I'm not in a relationship.
You had a man, my bad.
No. I'm too busy for that. And
come on now, life
like
is
you're young,
are you
but you
actively
keep saying
dating?
that you have a habit of saying women like women. You know all women or most women. And we're coming from a point that I'm a woman and I know women. And
are you actively dating?
Right. Yes, I'm currently dating, and yes, I do have to go through a lot of the misogynistic bullcrap that a lot of women go through out here. But this is my point. I cared for my children's father to the end of his life. Okay. This man had a stroke. He had everything. And let me tell you, our relationship was turbulent. He cheated on me. He had other children, everything. So when you say that, like, that's not going on, I wonder, how do you base that? Because
all men cheat or all men want to cheat.
Well, women cheat too. But this is my point. Women do take care of spouses who do not have the ability to work. Yeah. Often men are older than their female complements. So you have men who retire. Excuse me. You have men who retire before their female complement. So that man isn't able to work. That woman takes care of that man, and she understands that his ability to work is over.
No, so he has savings in 401k The man, I'm not saying that women won't. If you're married to a man and he loses his job, you're not just going to be like, "Oh, I can't deal with you no more," and leave him. But what I'm saying is, you're going to be comfortable taking care of your man for a portion of time. If you start to see that your man isn't making any progress, if you start to see that your man isn't really bringing anything else, he's not trying to do any better. For a majority of women, it might not be for you two, but for majority of women, that's going to be a major turnoff, and they're going to start to fight. You're going to start to argue. You're going to start to bicker, and then at some point in time, someone's going to cheat or someone's going to leave.
Dude,
It's women that leave men that's got plenty going on.
It's subjective down.
Because I'm dating younger women, so I'm dating women that club and have DMs full of niggas. So their outlook on men is completely different. There's men everywhere. There's always men coming at them. So they
yes, there are, because I was at the
they
skip
treat
party.
us a different way.
Yeah, I was at the club last night.
What about you,
But
Sean?
the main issue in dating comes in if a man tells you how a man is, instead of hearing it and receiving it as, okay, so this how men operate. Y'all demonize it like there's something wrong with them for that. If I tell you that 90% of men cheat, the men who don't cheat want to cheat. If your man is watching porn, he's mentally fucking other girls. It's just, that's what men do. Like, so if you get with a man and cheating is a deal breaker from you, you're going to have a hard time having a long relationship with the man.
Fine.
Huh?
Men, if y'all want to let Sean speak for y'all, then fine.
Denise, does your man not still watch porn? Does he not masturbate at all?
Hey, this man is the truth, man. Hey, Sean just ain't scared. You feel me?
Does your man not masturbate?
Hold on 1 second. Hey, sis, hold on. I want to address something right quick.
You know my man is here, right?
Yeah. He agreed with me. I know Moan agreed with me. Yeah. He already said it.
Yeah, we'll see about that.
So let me address something right quick before we go any further.
Yeah.
I want everybody to please join me and just you know, we've had such a long journey. You know, I'm not talking about the PowerPoint, just throughout this conscious community and everything. And for those that are not aware of, there is a special occasion right now, and it is past 12 o'clock, and it is the Empress Yahsinni
Understand. Virgo. Traditional Virgo.
So I want
Happy Solar Storm.
Hey.
So just wanted to make sure that we express her some love. Make sure that we let you know that
I'm a party animal. Give me some of that money that we been getting.
The great mother, the great mother of the podcast.
Hey.
The matriarch herself.
Well, hey, okay. Sean, give me some of that money that we've been giving you. Give me some of that back.
I ain't got no donations.
You ain't got no donations? Are you serious?
I ain't got no donations.
Oh, everybody in the chat is
I mean, I ain't tripping. Money don't really mean that much to me like that. So I ain't really tripping.
Giving you some money, bro.
But anyways, I wanted to address that part and to take the concept that this is saying. We're gonna go just through over probably a couple more slides because you know it's such an intriguing conversation. It's a great build. People are enjoying it. You know, we just hit the 4-hour mark. I didn't think we were gonna make it to 12 o'clock to be able to tell Sister Yahsinni happy solar return. But I am gonna tackle a couple more. If everybody is still cool with it, you know, I'm gonna tackle probably like another 2-3 slides or whatever. So we'll go to galactic time, and I'm gonna run through a couple of them just because I don't want to stay too far behind where this is gonna turn out to be a 6-part PowerPoint, you know. But let's talk about galactic time. The period in which there was no man is known as the golden age. golden age. This cosmic calendar shows us a different way to measure what we know today as time. The concept of time was distorted and shortened to allow previous history to fade faster into the past, where it could not be easily found in ancient history, in ancient record keepings. The cosmic calendar begins from right to left. Hold on, sis.
Yeah, I'm fucking up.
Yes, you are. Uh,
I'm
the
sorry.
what the cosmic calendar begins from right to left, unlike the left to right that we were taught. Also, we were not given the concept of timeline, but in reality, we know that time is circular and not linear. Hence, clocks around. A bloodline speaks of a patriarchal lineage, while your DNA shows your mother's galactic presence for as long as time has been interpreted. So when we know that when we're looking at curvature, anything with curvature is represented. It's a representation of female energy. That's why when we're talking about this energy that is within us, this energy is voluptuous. This energy is not a straight line. It is explosive and chaotic, which means it's in its negative state. During that state, we know that that energy is it's a representation of a feminine aspect that is giving us. That's why time is in a curvature. If you look at your clocks, not no Apple Watch or no shit like that you got right now, but an actual watch, like a grandfather's clock. The watch was always in a circular shape because time loops through this cosmic planet, Earth, whatever you want to call it, whatever you were told that this is. Now, this calendar today is better known as the precession of the equinoxes, which is about 24 to 2500 years, and it shows us how alchemy of metals defines the age in which the world is currently under. Now, in his serpentine light calendar, we can see how the higher vibration or the most conductive metal is found at the top, like silver, gold, which are the two H's that are found at the top, and the lower vibrations or less conductive, which are found at the bottom, which is the bronze and the dark age, which is better known as the iron age. But keep in mind that it's always darker right before dawn, meaning recycling or resetting back of time into yet another new golden age. So even though we go through that negative to that dark aspect, we always come back towards the light. Everything is being recycled. Time is that we live in a perpetual present, that gives us the concept of a loop that we're living under. We're under an infinite loop. Everything just keeps happening over and over again. The water, it keeps on recycling itself. And by the way, water is a feminine aspect, aspect that we know that it was never created. It was never part of creation. It was already always there. All right, according to any creation story that you hear. So that's the concept of galactic time, and we could see here how in the blue it starts off, with Virgo, and it goes down through the ages. Gemini, Taurus are on the top. We got the silver ages and the golden ages. The gold and silver are always found at the top, and the bronze ages, which is Aquarius, Capricorn, Sagittarius, Scorpio, Libra, and Virgo, are also there. And each one gives us different powers. I also have a PowerPoint with Brother Calico. You can find it on my channel under Zodiacs Decoded, which is also what goes deeper into the aspect of galactic time if you're interested into it. So since we're talking about galactic time, how did men get here to begin with, right?
How can we skip over what you just said?
Huh?
Go back one. How can we skip over that?
Because
since I'm the only one. Listen, since I'm the only one who got something to say on this should go pretty quickly. Listen,
I got something to say too.
Oh, okay. Go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, we don't just run past this. Golden age is the time period in which there was no men, as known as the golden age. Now, listen, I've always said that a golden age can't have any Europeans in it because they bring with them um, chaos and disorder, and you can't have a golden age for chaos and disorder. However, you just stressed it on for me to a time period in which there's no men either. Oh, how can we have a patriarchal system with the golden age? No, we can't. We can't. So when you're talking about the golden age, you're talking about no Europeans and no men. So stop trying to act like and skim over that and get past that and move on to the next slide. No, we need to not have any men present in the golden age. We need to not have any Europeans present in the golden age. Sister, take it from there.
And let me in
Okay,
after. Go ahead.
you wanted to go? Okay. So for me, through my studies, the golden age is when Adam was created. That was the end of the golden age. When Adam came in to being, the golden age for us ended.
It was over.
Now, it wasn't that there wasn't any man or woman per se, because now we are going to get into semantics a little bit with
no,
the etymology.
Right, the time period in which there was no men is known as the golden age.
Right. So the time period with which there was no men was Adam. So if you understand, was before the time of Adam. When Adam came into view, he broke the law. The creation of Adam broke the law, and that ended the golden age.
What you were
saying? You're saying no men is known. There was no men known. Okay, that's telling you there was always the matriarch, women. Everywhere.
But I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that part either. Even though
not agree with this galactic time zone, then.
No, not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that Adam is a different species from us. Period. And we aren't really men and women. We are knights and sigils. See, they tried to hide our men and tried to make them man, but our men aren't men, they're knights. So the creation of man, which was after our manifestation, was the end of the goal. We were enjoying the golden age until Adam came. Adam and his creator came with that bullshit. So that's what I'm saying. But I don't believe that we were ever without our complement. But our complement is not man. Adam is man. And that's what I want to make clear, that I don't believe.
Tazz, can you break down your first sentence?
Hey, hold on. I got to add on to that, right? Because that's a perfect segue into the truth. Because like the sister said, she don't think there was ever a time that we were without, our counterpart, right? And I was definitely gonna ask that question. I was definitely gonna. Well, I'm gonna ask you this question pertaining to nature, right? You got the plant kingdom, you got the animal kingdom. Each one of these have male and female. And I'm saying, when in the world did the first male animal was ever created? The first male plant, because you don't have a female plant without having that male plant.
Then we need to go back. We need to go back to the root of the author. No, Tazz. I'm sending it back to you. The author of this PowerPoint creation is meaning that Parthenogenesis, meaning there was a time when there was only women on this planet, and they procreated. Am I wrong, Tazz?
No, you're absolutely right. But just to build with Brother Calico, not most, but all concepts that we see are especially when you're talking about the plant kingdom. A plant doesn't require male interference, or whatever.
All plants are dioecious, which is.
I would like to speak on that.
They're asexual.
Which means they have both parts. All plants.
Yeah. And they're asexual.
Like basically, if you just grow the plant with the female part, it would not produce seeds. You know what I'm saying? Same thing with the male. Like you're not gonna get a plant. That's
Right,
how
right. But the seed is what originates the life,
it
and the
won't. You
seed
don't have both parts.
the seed of a plant does not need to be to have a male come and ferment it. You plant that seed in the darkness of the earth, and from there it just grows on its own. It doesn't need
You know what a
no
clone is? A
huh.
clone, you're not gonna get a plant from that.
A
You know,
clone,
I would like to speak on that.
a clone is not natural. A
that's
clone is
what
not natural.
that's what a woman makes without a man. She makes a clone.
Right? No, no, no. She makes a
Only
replica of
clone.
herself. Correct. Yes.
Yeah.
I would like to, as a farmer, if you look at the history of farming,
Mm-hmm.
you could tell that this new food, like we all know, is GMO. Back in the day, you used to plant a male and female seed. Real food has male and female seeds.
Right. But sis,
So the new food, they push this one seed stuff.
are you saying that Mother Earth needs you to plant something for it to grow?
No,
Okay, then that means that the whole concept of planting is not natural. You planting a
no,
seed,
no, no. What you said is, do Mother Earth need me to plant something
anybody does
for her?
Mother
No, no, no. Look, because the person that is planting in her is doing their job. Now, we can't see it or we don't know how to acknowledge it, but somebody getting that ass pregnant and
It,
I'm eating the fruits of their labor.
But
it
we
works.
do see the concept. We see the concept when the air blows and there is a seed that flies in the air and ends up landing
Right.
else,
It,
and that's what brings life about. That's
That's
it,
there is no concept of male female. The whole planting
who
thing.
says that isn't a man interacting with a woman? Just to use man and female again, just to use who says that the wind blowing seeds isn't a sexual act between the great mother earth? See,
yeah.
our minds of what sex act is and what it looks like is limited to how we do or how we do it or how we see animals do
Brother
it. But
God,
what the great mother earth and what her lover do would be totally different and beyond our minds because we have been trained by IA to see what sex looks like or what it feels like. But the Mother Earth and what her Baba is doing is something beyond we can comprehend because we've been trained by the AI.
hey,
Even me with my understanding to come this far to understand that she is getting it from somewhere and I might not be aware.
Getting it from herself.
see, watch this. See, watch this. I'm about to give you all the credit I can give you to definitely say the woman is God and all of that, right? Because we keep saying earth. So we know that this earth is majority water. Well,
Right.
that means we have to stop talking about this soil, this land, calling it the mother when it's mommy water. So the water is the mother, and the earth is majority water. So the earth is mother earth because of that reason alone, not the earth, not the land. The land is considered Geb. You know, Geb was the earth, the land part, and that's where you get GE. Anytime you see GE, it means earth, like GEO. Geo or geography, GE or GEB, like we say Geb, right? But also, like I've been came to the conclusion that God, water is the all. You feel me? We always say God is the totality of everything. So water is everywhere in everything. You feel me? We are literally underwater. The air is water. Everything is water. So saying mommy water, Mother Earth, saying that, knowing that water is God, then yeah, I would definitely have to say that's feminine, and that's yeah. The mother is the great creator in that essence, but not just in a vulva and a penis, sense, but definitely in that
Get deeper
ethereal sense.
but that is a hell of a breakdown, and I understand what both you
It's
and
not.
sister.
It's only if you don't have the mentality to challenge that.
No,
What he just
the,
Hater,
wait, I
hater.
what
can't.
he just said. What he just said would take a non-thinking mind to just say, "Oh yeah, okay, that's good."
Right. No, but I can't. How am I going to contest what the whole PowerPoint is about? The
No,
whole.
by him. This is what he just said. This is what he just said.
Yahsinni.
Hey,
Yasini, you're
Calico,
feeling good, aren't you, Yasini?
damn well,
Really good,
damn well, I'm not gonna let that fly.
sis.
So mommy water ain't nobody, huh? But our
Mommy,
bodies are 80% water, just like the earth.
Sis, you do
Calico,
realize that water is a feminine element, right?
Calico.
Without
Yeah,
without water is no life.
you know,
No life.
I'm at the
You'll get a great raisin.
I'm at the loss of speaking.
A great raisin.
Without water,
Great raisin.
no water,
Yeah,
no
without
Yahsinni.
water. Tell him what water is for real. We're
Right.
gonna.
I mean,
We're not gonna get into that. We're not gonna get
come on,
into
now,
the
the primordial waters and everything. Come on, you know.
But I do want to let it be known that while we love Calico and his etymology of words and things, we can let that ride for now. However, because I don't want to explode into other things that me and Tass are going to be bringing in the future. So I would like to say though, eh, yeah.
Thank you, sis. So moving on to the next slide. So how did men get here, right? So the question now would logically be, if only women existed at first, how did men get here? Did man just manifest out of thin air, or was there something that was arranged to expand what already existed? Did men see something on earth that they desired and requested to be allowed in? What we do know is the fact that after an eternal spring or a golden age came the silver age, where things were not so good as it once was. Consequently, we have proved that there was also a bronze age followed by the iron age, which gave to our present age of warfare and violence. Biblically speaking, according to the book of Enoch, chapter 8, verse 1 2, states, and I encourage you to go get the book of Enoch. And Asabel taught men to make swords and knives and shield and breastplates, and made known to them the metals of the earth and the art of working them, and bracelets and ornaments, and the use of antimony, and the beautifying of the eyelids, and all kinds of costly stones, and all coloring tinctures. And there arose much godlessness, and they committed fornication, and they were led astray, and became corrupt in all their way. Some Jasa taught enchantments and root cuttings. Armaros, the resolving of enchantments. Barakil. So we see that the concept of something happened that led slowly to the destruction of this golden age that we were living in. So the question still remains, how was it that they got here? So there was a
two things.
Huh?
Two things. Um, pale face and patriarch. Like, stop it.
I mean, it never really says how men got here, though.
Well, we're gonna get into that. Hold on. Slow your roll. Slow your roll, Turbo.
Yeah.
No. Yeah, that was my only question from reading it. It was like, did they ask to be here? And I was like, I didn't. It just left me there.
Potatoes. Everything is not just in one slide.
Yes.
The contract with
the
contract with Maya. The Bible's 10 commandment clear states, "Thou shalt not covet." So what is it to covet? The definition says to desire or be consumed by desire for, crave, or be jealous of. So if men, as we know today, they have an extreme desire to covet as many women as possible. Hence, when you want something, you covet it. So to get to the earth, you must want or have a personal desire to come. When we look at the difference between covenant and contract, we find large differences between the two. A contract is forceful or an obligation during a limited time, but a covenant is desired, is personal, it's eternal, and requires sacrifice. All right, and we're gonna get to the answer of your question, brother. Don't think that is not coming. It's just building up just to be able to have each one. So we see on the right the difference between a contract and a covenant. Contract is an obligation, which is an I have to, while covenant is an opportunity and I want to. All right, a contract is impersonal, involves something I have or do, while a covenant is personal. Even it involves all that I am, and so forth and so on, with the other ones. I think we lost the brother Calico. Hopefully he'll be back in oh, he said he'll be right back. So now this contract, all right, this contract is known as the Ark of the Covenant. All life enters the body and this realm through a portal. One allows the possession of the body, and the other, the womb, allows entry into this realm we call Earth. All of this takes place within the triple darkness of the womb due to a contract that was made with the sisterhood of Ma'at to bring the souls of men to earth. The contract was called the covenant, which allowed men to come and be with women as it was desired. The contract was supposed to be temporary, but upon arrival, some men coveted the possessions of this realm in its entirety. A plan to take over was put into place immediately to achieve their desire of ultimate control. Now we're going to get into the Ark of the Covenant. Why? Because the Ark of the Covenant, when with that contract, when we came here, we know that we have to come through a portal. We have to come through the womb. In order to enter this place, we have to come through the womb. There is two places that we enter this realm. The energy that comes has to pass through a feminine entity, which means a womb. And it does so to enter, to possess the body. All right, to possess this body. And once the body is possessed, once you have control of the body, it has to exit into the physical realm through the womb as well. All right, which is the second portal that it passes. Now it says the seed of the soul. And Jacob called the name of the place Peniel, for I have seen God face to face, and my life is preserved. The first place where this contract is put into effect is upon the possession of the body, which takes place at the location better known to us as the baby's soft spot. It is here where the energy enters the body, causing it to be possessed or have temporary ownership of the vessel, obviously until it dies. If closely inspected, we can affirm that the circle of Willis is a replica of the Kemetic Ankh. Upon completion of development of the baby, it prepares itself to go through the second portal that will grant him or her access to utilize his new possessed body into this physical realm. So there is this Ankh that we have on our heads. All right. It is called the circle. The scientific name of it is the circle of Willis. All right. And this circle of Willis is what allows you to take over this body. All right. Because you got to possess the body. I know that sounds very demonic or whatever, but the word demon has been demonized to make look bad. But that's a whole nother talk. But through the circle of Willis is how we come into possession of the body, and through the womb is the second Ankh that we come into. Now, anybody has any questions so far, or anything they want to add before I go to the next one?
Go for it.
All right. So the motherboard. Any person with knowledge on computers and building them knows that the motherboard is the very first item you purchase. Not even the case. The casing of the computer, not even the case, can be purchased ahead of time because you are then limited to whatever size motherboard the case can hold. The most important hardware item on a computer is the motherboard. Without it, nothing can function, let alone exist. If we inspect the movie The Matrix, when Neo finally makes the choice to take the red pill, he awakens within a pod, aka an artificial womb. When we look into Spanish and the Latin word matriz, it tells you it is the internal organ that allows reproduction within the womb of a woman, who upon birth is known as mother. Similarly, matrix means a fertile mother. All right. So we understand the concept of the motherboard. Without the motherboard, nothing is possible. No, there is no computer. There is no There is no nothing happening. Just like with Mother Earth, which Calico broke down and explained the fact that, before the earth there was nothing but the water. From the water is where the earth arose, but the water was already there. The earth didn't show up until the separation of the water. The water has always been there. It's never been created. The water and darkness were not part of the creation. They were already there to begin with. So when we talking about Allah, this Allah that we know of, he is the one that's supposed to enforce this contract that was put into place with Ma'at. Now, it says one thing we must understand is that contract establishes law, and law establishes government. This new contract requires to establish a protector and an enforcer of all law, or Allah. We find a similar case within the confines of our first experience of government, which is at home. At home, naturally speaking, mom makes the rules and dad lays down the law. This is not to take away from the divinity of the divine masculine, which is dad, which will obviously build the house. But one cannot ignore the fact that only mom can make it a home. While at home, we receive home training so that you may learn how to govern self mentally, emotionally, and physically. Hence, government is govern the mind. Govern from taking control, and meant from mental. That's why government means to govern your mind, because you need that hum training, and which is what Sister Yahsinni was saying. But she was saying that, like, we need training from somebody else afterwards to become complete or whatever. But I think that 18 years old is just too early for anybody to be leaving, whether you're male or female, to be leaving the household. So this this concept of Allah is what the one that lays down the law. But the law is already been set in place because it was through the contract. All right. Now moving forward, because we as men, we are known as defectors. We have left the original nation. All right. We have left our origins, and because of that, we are defectors. Now, when you're talking about a defect, there's two meanings to it: a lack of, and when you, politically speaking, you leave one nation to another one. So it says when we look into the word defect, we find it has two definitions. At first glance, they appear to be two very different things, but the reality is that they have some serious similarities. As previously mentioned, one definition expounds on government. Once one makes the decision to abandon your nation, the other brings about a shortcoming or an imperfection caused by a genetic abnormality or a lack of enough genetic material. Genetic material comes from your genes, who are given by your mater or mother, hence material. When you see the word material, it says mater in there. That was one of the concepts that Brother Calico was trying to explain, which is the Edaman shows us this fact. All right. So we could see how we defect. And I heard somebody. All right. But moving forward. So to build even more into the whole defector part, if we look into the male anatomy, we find a lack thereof that most ignore. I would ask everyone to please enlighten us on what is the natural purpose of a male's nipples, because we have them, but we can't breastfeed. That can only be concluded as there is something lacking or missing. European science will tell you that the purpose of male nipples is for sexual pleasure due to the arousal and hardening that takes place when they are touched. But unlike the penis that arouses and hardens to prepare for ejaculation and penetration, we cannot see nothing else take place after a male nipples is hardened. Logically speaking, we know that they harden to prepare for the release of breast milk, which is lactation, and to facilitate latching of the child. Because if you don't have a hard nipple, the baby can't find what he's supposed to suckle on. Breast male or female have absolutely nothing to do with sexual interaction. Its main and only purpose is to nurture, but we've been put in that position. That's why when sister Salima mentioned the whole aspect of, she can't be outside, the first thing that popped into my head, as well as Sean, was, well, the whole being out there with, she was thinking nurture. She was thinking of nurturing her children. We were thinking in a sexual manner, which is what was been imposed upon us throughout all this time, and that deals with one part of the lack of, because we defected, or we are defects from our original mode. Now, within the Vesica Pisces, we understand the concept of creation, which came from the all, and it decided to duplicate itself. One of the most interesting things about sacred geometry is that it is one of the very few subjects that equally engages and satisfies both hemispheres of the brain simultaneously. It does so by meeting the right brain's desire for intuitive and opinion or feeling based characteristics, while satisfying the left brain's search, sequential, and logical data. The Vesica Pisces contains information about width, depth, and proportion. But the most interesting thing about think about it, is that it also has information about light. Keep that in mind, family. The Vesica Pisces has information about light. This shape is found twice in the human body, within the eye, specifically within the lens of your eye, which adjusts to focus light. You have a Vesica Pisces within your eyes, and it's that eye that regulates how much light you allowed into your body. So your body, so once it's inside, the light is inside of you, it's created into a figure. Whatever you're looking at, I'm looking at a door. So now that image of the door that is coming in as light is being presented through the Vesica Pisces. In the same way, that's what happens within the evolution of the embryo. It separates itself, creating a Vesica Pisces on the very first day. That's why we know that Mary, the Virgin Mary, she's a representation of a vagina. That's why Jesus is known for the fish, the Jesus fish. It's brought forth as a just like in Islam, Allah has a womb. The same concept in Christianity, we know that there is a womb present within Jesus. Jesus, the concept is a fish. When you're talking about the fish, you're talking about Pisces. All right. You want to add something, Sister Salima?
Nope.
Yeah, if she don't, I will.
Go ahead, sis.
So we're looking at the Vesica Pisces. We're looking at the age of Pisces. What we're looking at is the seed of life, the flower of life, and so on and so forth. When we are talking sacred geometry when we're looking at this Jesus pi or phi, and when we're looking at pi or phi, we're looking at sacred geometry. Okay, so let's look at these two rings that's forming in the middle. What we get if we turn horizontal into the Jesus fish, right? We're looking at ages. Like let's call one of those circles on the left. Let's call that the age of Pisces. Let's call the one on the right the age of Aquarius. Let's call what's in the middle the Vesica Pisces or the Jesus fish. So if we uh, if we say a new age is coming in and an old age is coming out, we automatically talking sacred geometry. We automatically talking Vesica Pisces. We automatically talking about the Jesus fish. So and this shows you like one age going out and one age coming in is gonna share the middle part. which is the Jesus fish, that means that at some point we're we're in we're the same thing is happening in both of us. You're not all the way gone out, you're not all the way come in, which is what we're experiencing right now in the age of Aquarius. We think Aquarius is here. Aquarius is here with the age of Pisces going out. No, put the vesica Pisces back up because we're talking about one coming in, one going out, and that right there, that sacred geometry or geometric shape right there being what is the seed of life, the tree of life, and growing into all the other seeds of life, whether it's the loaded, yeah, exactly. This turns into everything, and that's why we have to know sacred geometry to even understand what we're into or what we're learning, uh, how we're growing. Yeah, that one it turns out to be. It's going to turn out to be the Ankh. It's going to turn out to be the Jesus symbol. It's going to turn out to be the seed of life, the flower of life, the DNA, just exactly as you have it right there. We don't know this because we don't study sacred geometry in the way that we should. But as soon as you do, it opens up a whole bunch of doors, or like he said, like he's showing in the first bit, portals. Portals. Black women have the only portal to souls or spirits or humans, no matter what the race, coming into this life force. We have the only portal.
Read the slide, sis. Since you already started it up, read the slide.
Yeah, so the great mother goddess is a composite of the various feminine deities from past and present world cultures. She's sometimes identified as a triple goddess who takes the form of maiden, mother, and crone archetypes. Her vagina is the portal from which everyone enters this realm. Everybody. It's associated with light because light enters and ex- exists from it. So our eyes and our lens are in the shape of a vesica Pisces, which allows light to enter so it can configure it as an image that the brain can comprehend. So the vagina shaped vesica Pisces brings light out of the triple darkness of her womb where we were all created. And let's stop acting like um, Adam was here first, because Adam, sure as just as well as Jesus, had a fucking navel cord.
They were attached to a mother.
They had. I promise you, they're not immaculate child. They're born with the sperm and the egg, and they are man or mankind or human. Boom.
Most definitely, sis. So that gives us an idea of where this DNA, this encoding came from. This portals that this sacred geometry that is being presented and manifesting itself all around us. Uh, uh, um, so when it comes to light, we give the answer, the concept of let there be light. Light can be perceived as many things. Remember, during the source confined one circle, everything was in a state of chaos and darkness reigned. Upon the want of interaction, this one circle decides to move through the boundaries of itself by duplicating. This has created a portal that now allows light into the equation. Let there be light. Now having a male and female side, the center manifests the offspring. In Spanish, when a woman is about to give birth, we call that dar a luz, from its Latin origin, dare nativitas, which translates into to bring forth to the light. This is where creation begins, and the cosmic womb brings all creation. This is the reason as to why in ancient times, Venus and his goddess equivalents were represented by a fish figure. the Vesica Pisces creates at the center. A female's vulva is also referenced as Vesica Pisces, and we see this in all aspects of where we go to. If you guys look at the right hand side, the Gucci sign is a Vesica Pisces. Your Chanel clothing things or whatever, or your purse or whatever, is a Vesica Pisces. If you smoke cool cigarettes, if you own a Mastercard, if you look right here, the Vesica Pisces with a phallus right in between it. If you go to the Vatican, the same way, it's always the representation of bringing forth light, because the cosmic womb is what brings everything into this realm. The woman was chosen to be the portal between the spiritual realm and the physical realm. She is the only force on earth powerful and strong enough to navigate unborn spirits onto this realm. Why don't we treat her as such?
Where? Why don't we act like that we're the only creation on the planet that can bring man to this earth plane, man or other womb man to this earth plane. Nobody else can do that except if you're looking at what they're doing with AI now, then you can say, okay, we figuring this shit out, which should only just lead you to a further and deeper thought into philosophy and how they're able to do this. That's what it does to me. When I see that, okay, you're able to take a man and impregnate him, then you're in the lab, you're doing some things that we contribute to only God doing, and now we're finding out some other things. So we're gonna get into that later on down the line on how they getting away with this kind of stuff. But let
Right.
it be known that yeah, somebody's in the lab doing all kinds of shit.
So even with the universes, when we're talking about the universe is a woman. From Nut, the sky goddess, and Geb, the earth god, came forth children, Osiris, Isis, and Seth, and the Nephilims. All right. Now we know that Nut is represented by a female. All right. You see her in the right here
Yeah,
in the
the sky goddess.
the sky goddess. All right. Now, it says he was the first. Wait, hold on. These were the gods who would live among men or earth, with Ra ruling over them all. He was the first pharaoh. His role was to maintain Ma'at. The first pharaoh, which was Ra, his job was to maintain Ma'at.
Yes.
What is Ma'at? Ma'at is order and justice, because she set forth the law, and Ra was here to enforce it.
Mm.
All right. Now, Ma'at is defined, is known as the order and justice in the face of chaos, represented by the great serpent Apep, also known as Apophis by the Greeks. Apep was the chaos that was left behind when Atum rose from the Nun in primordial time. The Nun is the waters, the primordial waters. And Brother Calico already explained to us that water is feminine. Before there was land, before there was anything, even right now, the birds you see flying around, they're not flying. The birds are swimming through the air, and the fishes are flying through the water, because we are engulfed in water all around. The air has water in it. You just can't see the particles because they're too small. It's in its gaseous state. We forget that water has multiple states. All right. So we know that we are within water. This whole place is a water world.
Yeah.
This whole place is a water world. Without the water, nothing exists. All right. Now, Earth is a woman. We were given the concept of Atlas holding up the earth, but it's not Atlas the one that held up the earth. It says the earth physically and as an element is feminine. She's fertile and brings all things and beings to life. just like a womb. All her creations come from within the triple darkness of the dirt on earth. European theology has us under the impression that it is Atlas who holds the earth on his back, and that so do all men who work hard and keep up the earth. But reality is that Earth is a fertile pregnant female. Have you ever asked your pregnant wife if she needs help carrying your unborn child? No, you have not, and you never will. She bears that weight all on her own, with no need from intervention from any man. Now we gotta understand that to you, that pregnant woman, you're like, well, that woman ain't she ain't my world just because she pregnant. That don't mean that she's my world. Yeah, I understand that. But to that living being inside of her, she is his whole world. She's the everything. She's the nurturer. She's the house. She's everything. She's completely everything. And when he or she comes out, the mother is gonna be everything as well. And every single one of us, whether it's me, Yahsinni, Sister Salima, or Sean, we all were in that position at one point in time where our mother was everything. So it's not about putting our mother in a godly position, because the concept of God is only a man-made concept. It's only a man-made thing that we made up to personify what we couldn't understand or what we no longer have the knowledge of. Because our world has always been our mother. She's the one that brings at one point of time, you saw up to your mama, and you were like, Joe, that's my everything. Without her, I'm nothing. Not that that takes away from the father. That's not taking away from the father. It's just, as a child, we know and understand that mama is our everything during the first 7 years of life.
Mm.
Once that baby is nurtured into those 7 years, then the next 7 years, everything happens in increments of seven. During the first 7 years, regardless of gender, female or male, a woman has to nurture that child. From 7 years to 7 to 14 years old, it is the father now that instills the logical concept of being able to rationalize things the right way. And when it gets to 14 years old, to 7 years after that, yeah, to 7 years, and 7 years after 14 is both of them, because it takes a community. It takes the mom and the dad to make them grow. That's why I can't accept the whole concept of you leaving at 18 years old, because during 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, until you're 21 years old, you shouldn't even be thinking about anything that deals with you living anywhere. And even at 21, I don't think you're fully ready to be able to grasp this concept. But now that we understand that at every point in our lives, our mama was our everything. She was our world. She held up the world for us. It wasn't no European concept of Atlas. All right, so it's it says no when I'm
Yeah,
when
I'm glad that I'm glad we made it this far into the PowerPoint task. Did you think we was able to get this far?
no, definitely not. So
Okay. Well,
we're
then we can um we can say we can leave it here and let it be known that when you come back in part two, that you can be on the panel, you can have your voice heard, and we can peace, goddess. Yeah,
Peace.
we can let it be known that the parts that we're touching on is now something new for you to think about as to where we were going all along with this presentation. We didn't want to just be, uh, male versus female dogfight. We never wanted it to be that. Okay, Sean, we respect you and your position as a young man. You never heard of Sigmund Freud. That's good for us to know, because we're sitting here assuming to everybody who's ever graduated from college is getting a piece of Sigmund Freud. Knowing what his sick ass is, we can relate Sigmund Freud to the Donald Trumps, the other politicians, and the other sociopaths who run this country.
And
You
I
know,
want to add
we
something
got to
right
break
quick.
this shit down.
I wanted to add something because this just blew my mind. Like literally, this just blew my mind. I was not aware of this, and I'm glad the brother brought it up. Uh, he says ATL means water. Water holds up the terra, which is land. And
Yeah.
within the word Atlas, we find ATL. And just like it states right here, it says ATL, meaning water, is the day in the Aztec calendar associated with the guy Tecuhtli or something like that, is the god of fire and the personification of life, creation, warmth, and substance. ATL is associated with the battle and holy war, both internal and external. It is a day of conflict. So I wanted to make the whole
That's extremely important.
right.
Yeah.
I didn't know that ATL meant water. So that gives you even the concept of Atlas as the brother
Yeah.
Atlas
He's always talking about Atlas.
right. Well, Atlas is a male personification of a female concept because water, it's a female,
Yes.
it's a female thing. So I understand now why they have Atlas, why
And
Atlas is holding up the world.
Salima, if you don't mind me, bringing up old conversation, you you might have a problem with the Atlas that's been going on in your state.
I have.
Yeah.
I've been having a big problem with the water in
I
my
said I want
state.
to go there and buy some real estate. She was like, "Girl, don't do that. Don't do that."
Michigan flooded, Detroit flooded out. If they just not putting it on the news like that, they don't want nobody to know.
That's because all the white people go buy it up.
Right, right. And that's the point of gentrification. They getting us out of here so that they could buy pennies on the dollar. But that been falling through. The last big company that just bought pennies on the dollar land, we've been here too long. He ready to sell it and go now. And he proven exactly what we said, that it was just a gentrification plot. And and his farm it's all flooded. Everything is wet.
That's funny.
That's what I'm saying. How is it a drought, but everything is flooded?
Mm.
Yeah. The news is propaganda. Majority of it.
Yep.
Yep. That's why we got to stick together, have these kinds of conversations with the young and the old. If we missing shit, if we lacking shit, and we old and decrepit, Sean, hook us up.
We trying. Right. You know what I'm saying? I'll be trying to get y'all a different viewpoint.
That's right.
Try harder. Shit. We can be rich.
Because my whole view of life is different. Like just
share
everything in this world was set up and built for your benefit if you know what you're doing. Like if you understand how the world actually works, the law, everything is built on your ability to impose your will on someone. Even from this whole PowerPoint so far, it sounds like there was a bunch of women and then men came and they imposed their will on the women and just took over. Like that's kind of how the world works. So I don't know. I have a completely different viewpoint on life, like than most people.
Share it with us. We're not stuck. I know you believe we stuck, but we're not.
I mean, life is supposed to be whatever you want it to be. You're supposed to be able to do whatever you want. Real talk, credit is, you can clean up your credit. Credit is something that you can just do. Like it's not something that is your private information. You can remove consent for people to report stuff. Everybody on this planet can walk around with an 800 credit score and get whatever car they want and get whatever house they want. And it's like if you know you can do it and you know how to do it, you can do it.
Good.
Like, so I have a completely different viewpoint of life just based on what I read and what I be studying. Life is great. Like it was originally all set up for your benefit. Just most people don't know how to use it, so they suffer the benefit of not knowing it, of not having the knowledge.
We were too lazy to read.
Facts.
Facts for real. Like
Mhm.
we can learn from you guys. We can train y'all, and y'all can train us at the same
Hey,
time.
there you go with the train stuff, sis. Damn.
I'm sorry.
I feel like some guys be trained. Some guys just reach that point where they can't be trained. Like I have a very different way of thinking, and most people might not see it. I think differently than most people, and that's what's unique about me. I'm supposed to see things differently. I'm supposed to have a different perception of life than anybody else. So
You are, and when you come along in my world, I'm supposed to see that and share that. Don't think I'm not doing my part.
I don't. I just think we have two different worlds now. You have like a relationship, family, settle down world. So your world is gonna be different in particular.
I'm always looking for better,
Yeah.
just like you, bro.
I have a social media shallow. Everybody wants.
Sean, I'm not
Huh?
6'5", but for a woman, I'm 5'5".
But I mean, you got to, in today's day and age, everyone is a model. Everyone is a movie star. Everyone has their own channel. Like everyone is so conceited.
I'm 5'5". I'm 5'5". I'm taller than your average woman.
I'm just talking, yeah. I mean, I'm significantly taller than the average man.
Right, but tell them, did I dunk on you when you were like 6'1"?
No, you ain't never do that.
That didn't happen. Your mom.
No, that never happened. It was.
Your sister won't verify. No, none of that ever happened.
Would none of them verify because they know I was the truth and couldn't none of y'all really. Okay. My dad used to have to beat me up to stop me.
Was it never in my yard where I whipped you in the game of like horse?
No, you never would be. I've always been a peak athlete. Like I didn't smoke. I didn't drink. I can't lose in a sport to someone who smokes and drinks if I don't smoke and drink. And my entire life is that sport.
Are you right here on air saying I never fucking spanked that ass?
You never did. You never did.
Well, I'm disillusional.
You never did. I mean, you would have to at least be 6'7", 6'8", my height.
No, when you were a kid.
When I was a kid, I was 6'5". I was 6'5". Like when I was 15, I was 6'5". I'm 6'7" now.
Okay, so let's go 13 or 12.
When I was 13 and 12, I was 6'3". I was 6'2". I was still significantly bigger than you. I was still putting you in the post, and like a 5'5" person could never guard me in basketball.
Oh,
now I might not be able to guard them either, but they could never guard me. You would never have a chance.
So I didn't teach you how to play ball?
No, you didn't. You could, a 5'5" person can't teach a 6'7" person how to play basketball.
You won't give me teaching you how to shoot 3-pointers and all of that. You won't give me that.
Denise, I spent years in the gym by myself. You remember that song Dre said? You wasn't with me shooting in the gym.
Sean, like, always
my jumper came from years of running and lifting weights and being in the gym by myself and with other people playing basketball.
All right, cool. You know I'll see you again.
Men don't need training.
Emotional, damn it.
That was perfect.
Oh my God, he said it. Men don't need training. That's good to know.
But don't.
Thank you.
And if there's any young ladies listening, if you're with a man who needs training, you should leave him and find a man who doesn't need training.
Immediately.
Yeah, they're saying that now.
Exit the premises.
You should. Immediately. You do not have the skills that will make you a good father or a husband. I should not be wasting my time with you. I'm going to go find someone who has those skills.
That's right. Facts.
But it was a great build, everybody. I appreciate you, Sean. I hope that that we get you for the second well, it's gonna have 3 parts. It looks like it because We made it well, we made it about half the presentation. So if everybody stays, I guess an equal amount of time the next time, then I guess we could have the second part off. This is actually my longest video that I've ever done. I appreciate everybody for the build, for being here for us. The Empress Salima for giving us so much of her time. Sean for giving us all his wisdom and knowledge, aside from just seeing the economy part of him when it comes to finances. We see that that he said, I could actually say that, from my perspective, I don't know the man personally, but from what I could see, he's a well put together man. I concur with a lot of the stuff that he believes, like most people and all people should be. We differ on a lot of things, but I think that's what makes the build even better. So I appreciate him and the Empress Salima for being here with us as always. Yahsinni, you're my right hand. I love you. I appreciate
my man said shut it down right now, Yahsinni.
Tell the Mexican don't have me call immigration on his ass. So we appreciate
I gotta go. My man said right now.
Sound like he got you pretty trained.
Sounds like the control is
Good evening, Yahsinni.
But we appreciate y'all.
We'll see you soon, Yahsinni.
Hey, okay, I pretended long enough. Y'all get the deal. He said it right now.
So with that said, much love and respect. I appreciate y'all, and y'all have a good night. We're gonna leave it out here. We did 5-hour build. Thank you so much. And with that said, we're gonna leave the same way we came. In peace.
Peace.
Peace.